wow.
Well, hello everybody, and welcome to Vinyl Treasures. I'm your host, Johnny G. It is the September 8th, 2024, a special edition of the Vinyl Treasures Show. I have a special in-studio guest, and many of you know him, Mr. Dave the Rave Kapolsky here.
Yeah, I moved in, everybody. Johnny's got a bedroom set up for me. He's up my rent. If you remember the last time we got together, he said I could do a show here for like $5 a show. Well, I took the dinner plan and the overnight plan. So, it's $25 a month. So subscribe. I got to earn my keep, folks. So call your neighbors, call your friends, because that opening instrumental from April of 1969, a record which I first heard, it was played quite a bit regionally in Philadelphia on WFIL, WIBG. Came out originally on the Chalum record label, which I do happen to have on that label, Johnny. But, of course, I brought my nice clean vinyl Gamble 45 of the Panic Buttons. That was the Panic Buttons. Johnny's going to hold that record up. You can see the label momentarily. A song called Oh Wow. And I thought that would be like a great instrumental to play, because today, I guess every time I come up here, if I don't bring a bunch of Oh Wows, that's it. The bedroom is cleared out with my stuff. I'm off the dinner plan, and I no longer can sit here in the Vinyl Treasures studio with the legendary Johnny Gosser. I mean Johnny Galindo, Johnny G. And by the way, please, as you listen to the program, to keep the copyright police, the YouTube police from bothering us, click the heart, like it, subscribe. Call your friends, call your neighbors, because we are definitely going to hear a whole bunch of oh wows today, Johnny.
All right, Dave, it sounds good to me. So really thank you for being here. I know it's kind of like a little bit of a traffic jam to get here today, but you made it in good time.
I made it in good time.
Just in time for the show. So thank you all for being here. So we're going to get to it here. And what do we have on the turntable right now?
We have probably, to the best of my knowledge, I have several OJ's 45's that are $100 or more. In fact, I might play another OJ's a little bit later on tonight, which is a pricey kind of a 45. But this, I think, might be their priciest. It's a tune that came out on the Imperial record label. It's the OJ's, and it's just got a great sound to it. I think the audience is really going to dig this particular record. It's the OJ's from April. No, this is from, actually I forgot to write down when this record was from. But Johnny G is so quick with the research, he'll let us know momentarily. But while he's looking up the date, I'll tell you that it's called I'll Never Forget About You, 66. April of 1966. That's how quick Johnny G is. So let's dig on this record, kicking off, as Johnny would like to say, kicking off the vocal portion of the program. It's the OJ's and I'll Never Forget About You. Sound of the OJs once again on the Imperial record label. A tune, a nice mint promo copy, by the way, I should tell you. That was from April of 1966. And Johnny G actually is doing the research for me. He's like my Charlene today. And I only pay him like $25 a month for room and board and everything here. But that was, what, their 8th release, you were saying?
That's right. That's their 8th release on the Imperial record banner there. A tune arranged and produced by Solid Hitbound Productions. That sounds pretty good there.
And it sounded like a solid Hitbound production. No doubt about that. Dave the Rave Kopolsky, as Johnny G likes to say, and as my buddy Rich Russo on Sirius XM would say when we do our show called Found This Record.
Yeah.
And Johnny and we're just finding more records today.
Yeah, this one looks good too, from May of 1962. I don't have this.
Well, I'm trying, and I do try to think of records that you might not have.
Well, I didn't have these two.
Although there is one or two I'm going to play today that I know you do have, but they're just such great records. I wanted to share some of my soul favorites with your great audience out there today. This is a 45 that came out on the OK record label. It came out in
62.
May of 62. Yeah, actually, I wrote that down. Forgot to look at my notes over May of 60. He knows all that stuff. I just know what sounds good, and that's what I'm going to play for you. It's Gene DuShon, who had a lot of really cool 45s. I have a lot of favorites of mine that are by Gene DuShon, which came out on Checker Records, I believe.
Yeah, she's got a couple. She's got some good ones.
As
on
I walked away, as I watch you, I love that song.
That's a great one she does.
But this is a record from early one from her from May of 62, and I do have an extra copy of this record, by the way. It's a pricey kind of a 45. But if you're interested, my email address is dave@davetherave.com. Gene DuShon, and it's called Second Class Lover.
Second class lover, second class lover, second class lover, second class lover. You said no boy in the neighborhood could love me as half as good as you could. Well, any fool would soon discover you ain't nothing but a second class lover. Second class lover, second class lover. You come on strong like a house on fire, but your kiss goes sweet as you start to tire. You brag to me, I'd want no other, but you ain't nothing but a second class lover. Second class lover, second class lover. You had me fooled with this sweet, sweet talk all about those birds and bees. But if you wanna be a first class lover, learn your ABCs. Now if you wanna practice what you preach, then you be the pupil and let me teach. For I knew you're gonna run for confidence. You ain't nothing but a second class lover. Second class lover, second class lover. You had me fooled with this sweet, sweet talk all about those birds and bees. But if you wanna be a first class lover, you gotta learn your ABCs. Now if you wanna practice what you preach, then you be the pupil and let me teach. Before we're through, I'm gonna tell you, brother, that I'm gonna change you to a real swinging lover. You won't end up as a second class lover. I know I never want no other. You won't end up as a second class lover. Yeah, be a real swinging lover.
You know, Johnny, that can't be about us. We ain't no second class lover.
I was just going to tell you that. I was just going to
Now,
say
if
that.
my
That
girl-
doesn't.
If my girlfriend Fern is listening, she might chime in and say, "What are you talking about? You are second class." But whether we're second class lovers or not, one thing I think is pretty certain, Johnny, we would have to go into the first class when it comes to record collecting. Two giant record geeks here on the Vinyl Treasure show in the Vinyl Treasure studios on this very special Sunday, September the 8th. It might have been the kickoff for NFL football this weekend here in America, but it's a kickoff of another rare Dave the Rave appearance with some rare great soul, some garage, and maybe even a rockabilly record coming up. But it's going to be a very special, oh wow type of a Sunday. Gene DuShon, once again, was that last record. Gene DuShon on the OK record label from May of 1962, and a tune called Second Class Lover. Now, Johnny, I mentioned earlier when I played that song by the OJs, I'll Never Forget About You, that I had another kind of a pricey OJs record that I like. You know, and as some of the people who are tuned into the program know about me, it's easy for me not to be able to find a record, especially when I'm in my studio, which I call the No Static Attic. I got records all over the place, and you know, with 130,000 plus 45s, I lose records rather easily. So I happen to be digging in the box, and there was that other OJ's 45 that I said I would play maybe later on today. So before I lose it, before it gets lost among my boxes over here, I thought we'd give it a spin right now. It's on the Minute record label from January of 1967. And once again, this is the OJs and a tune called Hold On.
Never held my hand the way you do. Feels just like you're ripping my soul, and it makes me need you. And just to think about the way you feel, I get a feeling in my heart I just can't resist. I know that you won't be mine, so I'll stay right here to the end of time and hold on. Just let me hold on. Ooh, baby, I just wanna hold on. No one has the touch like you do. It sends fire from my head to toe, and then it chills you. Just think about the way you hit. I get a feeling in my heart, I just can't resist. I know that you wanna be mine, so let's stay right here for a good time and hold on. You know I wanna hold on. Ooh, baby, you I wanna hold on. Ooh, yeah. I get a feeling in my heart, just can't resist. Someday you wake up and find that you need love and you wanna be mine. So hold on, ooh, just let me hold on. Ooh, baby, I just wanna hold on. I'll be leaning for when you're falling out, baby. If you just let me hold on. Whenever you're in trouble, darling, you just let me hold on.
Sound of the OJs, and that's the message I'm sending out to everybody. Hold on, because we're just kicking off the our show today with a lot of great rare soul, some garage, maybe even some rockabilly. You just never know. I'm that kind of a crazy guy. And of course, my regular show, Relics and Rarities, I do play a lot of soul, a lot of garage, rockabilly, surf, a little bit of everything. I know, Johnny, you focus quite a bit on your Wednesday show. You've got a great following here, not only in America, but overseas. And of course, Johnny focuses on a lot of the great soul 45s in your collection, right, Johnny?
Yeah, really. So it was actually when I was on that other network, on the last Saturday of every month, I used to do a 60s show, and it was basically general, but I've always leaned soul in even for the records that I like the best. I mean, I am a strictly, well, I don't want to say, I can't say I'm strictly a group harmony guy, but my roots were in group harmony, but similar to my aunt, who kind of exposed me to all this music, she evolved as the music evolved. So she eventually was into R&B vocal groups from the 1950s, and then she evolved into the 1960s with some cool records that she used to get from the jukebox distributor, and it was stuff that was not popular on the radio, and they were in her collection. I ended up with them, and it just kind of developed. Dave, very instrumental with me even having the show that I do, and he called it the Vinyl Treasure Show, and that's really what I feature on my shows. It was such a great title that you came up with.
Well, as I mentioned on the first show that you and I did back on July the 14th, Johnny, I called Johnny up in August of 2005. I was doing a show, as they still do Sunday nights, by the way, on Top Shelf Oldies. That's the other network that Johnny used to be on. And I won't get into that. But in any event, so I called him and I said, Johnny, my wife is going to Italy, and she's going to be away for like 9 days. So why don't you come on by and bring a box of records and try to think of some records that maybe I don't have in my collection, as I am trying to do on this particular show. And come on by. And Johnny came down to my studios, the No Static Attic. And, we had so much fun together. And I said, Johnny, you really ought to, have your own show on the radio. You got such a great collection. You've got a great voice. Even my son's like, Dad, how come you don't sound as good as Johnny G? Everybody loves his voice.
Yeah.
But, so I said, look, I'll tell you what, I'll talk to the people who run Top Shelf Oldies, and I'll give up some of my Saturday night show so that you can come on before me. And it worked out well, and Johnny had a good stint on there, but things did happen, which we're not going to talk about here. It was just kind of a bum deal. But anyway, that was kind of the creation of Johnny having his own show. He previously did some guest appearances on other disc jockeys.
Yeah. No, I was on the Dan Romanell, the R&B Review on WFUV in Fordham. I used to do that show as a guest host, and then I also did Al Bernard's show up in Middletown, Connecticut. The Moondog Matinee. But again, it was 50s music. I haven't really ventured into the 60s until, Dave was playing 60s, and I had a lot of his listeners. They kind of connected with me, and then they said, Johnny G, play some of your 60s records. So
we were like a 1-2 punch on Saturday nights.
So if we had to cut, basically, between what Dave has as far as 60s and garage and some group harmony stuff that I don't have, and me with the group harmony and the R&B and other 60s stuff that I have, we cover the whole gamut, I think.
Covered quite a bit. And of course, let me be very clear, because there may be some collectors that are tuned in saying, well, what are these guys talking about? They don't have this, and they probably don't have that. Let me tell you something, folks. Nobody has everything. There's just so much out there, both soul, garage, that nobody has everything. But we have a lot, but we're not going to have everything. But we're going to give you a good assortment of some great tunes that you probably have never heard before or have not heard in quite some time. And the fun thing about being here in the Vinyl Treasure studio is that it's something that I'm not quite able to do on my show on Top Shelf Oldies. I love the fact that you folks can actually see the records. That's a cool thing that Johnny G's got going on.
Yeah, well, that's what kind of separates my show from other people that play music. And there are even guys and gals that play stuff on that you can actually see them playing, but they never really give you sometimes they hold them up really quick, but you don't even know what they're playing. You have to know the songs, and I know many of you do know the songs, but many of you do not. And then to get to see these cool-looking labels, which I think is kind of fascinating. That's part of record collecting, is to look at the labels.
And I think it's important to note that what we're playing, what Johnny plays on his show, what I'm bringing here today, these are all original label, expensive 45s. Occasionally I know Johnny has played something that was a repress, but the once in a blue moon that happens, it's a great record. And he doesn't try to disguise it as an original. He tells you that it's a boot, and he tells you that he's playing it because it's just such a great record, and there might be one known copy in the entire world of the record, and he wants people to hear the record.
That's true. I mean, I actually had to come to terms to that because I always said that I based my, and it was funny because another disc jockey came to me and said, "What are you saying you're playing original records for?" I says, "Because that's what I'm doing. It's a lifetime of collecting."
For both of us.
I mean, just think about it. Going way back, and you go further back than me, buying records out when they came out in the 1960s.
Are you saying that I'm
give your age
older?
away. Yeah, but listen, you may be older, but you look younger. So there you go.
Folks, the way you see Johnny G today is not how he's going to look in a couple months from now. I know he's discussed it. I'm not giving away anything too personal, but he's on a Weight Watcher diet, and I've known Johnny when he was down to 210 pounds. So, when he puts his mind to something, and he looks tremendously healthier and almost just, he's a handsome stud when he's at 210. He's handsome now.
Yeah, talk to Barbara.
But super handsome at 210.
Talk to Barbara.
Anyway, that was the last record we heard was the Ohio Players on the Minute record label, and a tune called "Hold On" from I forget, that was January of 1967.
That's right.
If we move ahead 1 month to February of 1967, there's a record that came out, also kind of a highly collectible Soul 45 by John Wesley on the Melick record label. Once again, February of 67, and the tune is called "Stop the Music."
On the floor, there's 4 happy feet, but not a one belongs to me. The band is playing sweet and slow, and the lights are burning much too low. So stop the music.
Yeah, yeah, stop the music.
Oh, stop the music.
Yeah, yeah, stop the music.
Can't you see it's hurting me so? Don't let them play no more. You see that girl out there on the floor? She once was mine and I love her so. So stop the music.
Yeah, yeah, stop the music.
Oh, stop the music.
Yeah, yeah, stop the music. He's dancing with my baby. He's dancing with my baby. He's dancing with my baby. Stop.
Stop, don't let them play no more. So stop the music.
Yeah, yeah, stop the music.
Oh, stop the music.
Yeah, yeah, stop the music.
Band, please, don't play no more. Every note hurts me more and more. Out there, they look so sweet, but can't you see what it's done to me? So stop the music.
Yeah, yeah, stop the music.
Oh, stop the music.
Yeah, stop the music.
Oh, my girl is she's on the floor.
Love that particular record there. Once again, on the Melick record label from February of 1967, John Wesley. And I got it right this time. I said John Wesley. Apparently, I said on that last record, by the way, apparently I said the Ohio Players at some point. And, of course, it was the OJs. So if I said the Ohio Players, my bad. But that, once again, is John Wesley, Melick 45 from February of 1967, and a tune called "Stop the Music." And that's going to cost you that particular record. That's over a $600 record easily. But I hope you dug the record. I'm Dave the Rave, along with my good buddy Johnny G. And you're listening to the Vinyl Treasure program with me, your special guest, as I pulling out records, boxes of records I brought along here, trying to find some great Soul 45s and some other assorted things coming up later on today that perhaps Johnny G doesn't have, because, as I mentioned, nobody has them all.
Well, I don't have this. You know, I'm looking at this guy's records here. He's got two of them. He's got two records on the Juan label. Now, you have his first here up next. But did you ever hear his second one, too? It lists like for $1,200, the other record.
What's the second one called?
It's called I'm Your Yes Man, backed with Your Love is All the Help I Need. Sells for $1,200.
You know what? I've played I'm Your Yes Man, but I got to be honest with you. I don't recall if I played that off of an original 45 or off of a Juan CD. But I remember playing that because my girlfriend Fern would always say to me, and I guess a lot of women would say, well, just be my yes man and life will be good. So I remember she was on a kick of telling me, just be the yes man and I'll treat you good. And I saw that. I don't recall if I had the 45 or off of a CD. But the Clarence Reid, we're talking about the artist Clarence Reid. And, of course, the 45 that you're going to hear next by Clarence Reid is a tune called I Refuse to Give Up. Of course, this came out in late 1965. And, of course, the only top 40 hit that Clarence Reid ever had, despite having some cool 45s, he had a hit, of course, in the summer of 69, a tune called Nobody But You, Babe, which was kind of like an answer song to It's Your Thing.
And he's got stuff on Dial, too, because I can see, when I go to 45 Cat, I got a couple things he does on the Dial, but I don't have this one or his other. So
let's give it a spin. It's Clarence Reid, once again on the Wand record label. You all saw the label, and it's a tune called I Refuse to Give Up.
Okay, here we go.
There's always something spoiling my plans. You see, the girl that I love, I found that she's in love with another man. But listen, I may give out, but I refuse to give up. I gotta make it before I'm too old. But everything seems against me. Yeah, in this world it seems so very cold. But listen, I may give out, but I refuse to give up. I refuse to give up. I refuse to give up. I may get tired of trying, pretty baby, but I refuse to give up. Now listen, we're gonna try a little harder when the going get rough. We got to keep on trying till my heart's had enough. I wanna be on top someday. But I see a lot of trouble right there in my way. But listen, I may give out, but I refuse to give up. I refuse to give up. I refuse to give up. I may get tired of trying, pretty baby.
The great sound of Clarence Reid, once again on that Wand record label, going back to 1965, December of 65 for that particular record.
Yeah.
Clarence Reid in a tune called I Refuse to Give Up. That's like us thinking about stopping to buy records.
You know,
We refuse to give up.
I see that he probably recorded this for Dial Records because I see a producer, Buddy Killen, and he owned the Dial label. So they probably sold the master to, or leased it out to Wand.
These are the kind of trivial things that you get listening, in particular,
I'm a collector.
to Johnny G.
I'm a collector. I go for the minutia here.
I love the beat, the sound, and I'd often, although there are certain, producers and arrangers, Johnny, that you and I both, will typically buy the record without even hearing the record. People like, he likes to say Tico Wilshire. I'm thinking Ticho Wilshire, but Charlie Colello. Bert Keys. I mean, there's just a whole bunch of arrangers and producers that we trust that whatever they're involved with, it's going to be a pretty good record.
That's it.
Anyway, this next record is going to surprise some people because it's from a guy that is best known for songs that he put out in the 70s, kind of like a jazz kind of.
Yeah, Warren mentioned it in chat.
Right.
Jazz artist, really, in the 1970s.
Right. That's how he made his mark. That's how he made his money. But the guy was from Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and he made some pretty cool like R&B type of records that are very collectible, expensive, and collectible. That's all I could tell you, folks. But this is a record that Al Jarreau, we're talking about the artist Al Jarreau. This was his second 45. I don't have his first one. I actually never heard his first one, but I did get a copy of his second Reynard 45, once again from September of 64. Both sides are pretty good, by the way. Reynard Records, of course, came from his hometown of Milwaukee, Wisconsin. So I think you're going to dig this record here by Al Jarreau, and it's called Shake Up.
Some never running round town telling everyone you put me down. That ain't so bad, but what's more sad, you said that I've been fooling around. I may be blue, but I'm telling you that there's gonna be a shake-up in the morning. I'm gonna strike without any warning. Gonna be a shake-up, gonna be a shake-up. Everybody else knows that you're the one that's playing the game. Love you, what for you? Yelling tie score, I'm coming in to break up the game. I may be blue, but I'm telling you that there's gonna be a shake-up in the morning. Meet you on the way to school in the morning. Gonna be a shake-up, gonna be a shake-up. I'm getting edgy. I think I'm gonna even up the score. I worry night and day, and I can't take your playing anymore. I'm leaving you, I'm hoping that it's leaving. Goodbye, bye, bye. Don't ask me why I had to get my hat and then go. You had your play, and now it's my play, and I'll be out of sight in the show. You may be blue, but I'm through with you. There just had to be a shake-up this morning. Ha ha, told you. No more warning. Had to be a shake-up, had to be a shake-up. Yeah, what a shake-up. Yeah, what a shake-up.
Al Jarreau, great 45, once again, fall of 64 on the Reynard record label. And I'm noticing people in the chat who are kind of surprised, had no idea that Al Jarreau had these recordings so early prior to his success as like a jazz kind of a, artist. But that, once again, Reynard 45, even Johnny G is marveling at that particular
Well, I'm saying,
record.
Brian, did you find this record in Wisconsin? Because it's out of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, Dave Kennedy Recording Studios. That's up in Bryan Corns County up there. You never put this on eBay for sale.
Yeah, Brian, are you holding back on Johnny G?
I'm only teasing
your
him.
eBay, yeah, he knows we're teasing.
I'm only teasing.
But once again, that was Al Jarreau, Reynard 45, and a tune called Shake Up. Now, this next record, for those of you that were tuned into the July 14th broadcast, I played by the way, it's a record by Willie Kendrick, on the RCA Victor record label from May of 1967. And it's just a great double-sided record. I paid dearly for this, and if there is a copy for sale, you'll probably end up paying dearly for it as well. But last time I was on here in the studio with Johnny, I played Change Your Ways, and I mentioned that the other side was coming up on a Tommy James Getting Together show on Sirius XM. As Johnny mentioned, I'm the resident record geek, on that particular show, which means I'm coming on today. I'm in two places at the same time. Isn't that amazing? I've got a cool record coming up with Tommy James later today on Sirius XM 60s Gold, which is channel 73. But because I was playing the other side of the Willie Kendrick record on the Tommy James show, I kind of wanted him to play it before I played it here on this particular guest appearance with Johnny G. But today, I'm playing it for you because it's just a great two-sided 45. So this is Willie Kendrick, RCA Victor 45, May of 1967, and it's a tune called What's That on Your Finger?
Heaven only knows, yeah, how much I've missed you. And tell me, can't you see, yeah, how I wanna kiss you? Come give me your hand. Said that I'm still your man. Can't you see I've been lonely, girl? Oh, so lonely, girl. 'Cause you are the only girl. The only girl for me. But tell me, what's that on your finger, baby? What's that on your finger, girl? What's that on your finger, baby? Oh, I understand. Oh, oh, oh. Heaven only knows, yeah, I gave you true love, but now I've found, oh yeah, that you found a new love. Tell me I'm seeing wrong. If you don't, I can't go on. You said you'd never desert me, girl, yeah. You said you never hurt me, girl. And oh, if you desert me, girl, it's gonna hurt me, girl. But tell me, what's that on your finger? What's that on your finger, baby? Tell me, what's that on your finger, baby? Oh, oh. Tell me, what's that on your finger, baby? What's that on your finger, girl?
What a great double-sided 45 that is. Once again, Willie Kendrick from 1967 on the RCA Victor record label, and a tune called What's That on Your Finger? Now, Mark Knowles in our Vinyl Treasure chat room said, hey, man, play Change Your Ways. And, of course, I mentioned that I played it on the last show. But I tell you what, because I happen to love the record so much, let's make Mark Knowles happy. What do you say we kind of play it again, Johnny?
Sounds good. That's what I do on the 60s show. That's what we do to please the listeners here. With that, we want to thank you all, those of you tuned into the program. Again, if you're new to the program and you're liking this, please subscribe to my YouTube channel. Give the thumbs up if you enjoy what Dave the Rave is doing here, because that's going to dictate...
If I can make it back again.
It's going to dictate if Dave the Rave will be back here on the program, so be sure you do that.
Listen, tell your friends to subscribe, because I keep telling Johnny, if we can get to close to 2,000 subscribers, we should do a part 2 tonight from 9 o'clock, which is when I normally come on the radio, 9 o'clock until midnight, just not till 2 in the morning. But yeah, I got so many great records. I want to play more. So put the pressure on. But in any event, Willie Kendrick, once again, RCA Victor 45. And let's flip it over. And by the way, there is 2 copies available. If you're digging on that record, there are 2 copies. I'm just checking now on Discogs. There's a VG Plus with a light scratch on one side, only selling for $676.47, not counting tax and shipping. Or you can get a near mint copy, which I would recommend, and that's only $986.84.
Only. Okay, there you go.
But so let's play the other side for Mark Knowles, and for everybody else, it's worth hearing it again. Willie Kendrick, and it's called Change Your Ways.
From you know where you've been acting funny. I gave you the best things that I could give, even gave you my hard-earned money. You think you're sitting on top of the world, but you're thinking ain't making it, honey. Because what goes up, it should have come down. You can bet your days are coming. Change your ways. Oh yeah. Darling, baby, if you want me to stay, you better change your ways, yeah. Oh, you had a good thing right from the start, but now your head is just a little too hard. Everything's gonna be okay when you start listening to what I said. Change your ways. Hey, baby. Change your ways. Woo. Darling, baby, if you want me to stay, you better change your ways. Yeah, yeah, change your ways. Give me, baby. Change your ways. What I said. If you want me to stay, you got to change your ways. Come on, nothing but a bad wind that never change, girl. You got nothing to lose but something to gain if you. I know you hear me, darling. Don't break my heart in two. Come on, change. Ooh, darling, baby, if you want me to stay, why don't you change, baby? Down on my knees, and I'm begging you, please, girl, why don't you change?
Willie Kendrick, and I don't think anybody's going to complain that we played it both in July, and I played it again here in September.
Not at all.
I promise you it's not because I'm running out of records. I got to play records twice, but that's just such a great record. So Mark Knowles, you didn't have to push me too hard or persuade me too much, because I love both sides of that Willie Kendrick 45. Once again, Change Your Ways. And, of course, before that was the other side of tune called What's That on Your Finger? Expensive 45, but if you are indeed a record collector and maybe, something close to $1,000 is out of your price range, I totally understand that. You don't want to be totally crazy like I happen to be. So this next record, I kind of dig this next record, but I think it's something less than $100, maybe even less than $50 for this particular record. I don't think it's an expensive 45, but I really dig this record. It's from I had 1960. Johnny had, what, you had 61?
Well, it says, I don't know, 45 Cat sometimes with the, has Ron number 337 out of New Orleans, they say 61, but I don't know.
So call it late 60 or early 61 will, but in any event, it's from that time period, and it's by an artist by the name of Bobby Mitchell. Bobby Mitchell on the RON, the Ron record label, which was that a New Orleans label?
Yeah, but he goes way back on the Imperial record label. I have played him here, and actually, not that I've ever played this side of the record. I've gotten requests for the flip side of this, which is like a kind of like a a slow ballad he does that the lowriders like, but I've never played this side.
Well, now the soul people will be asking for this particular record. So let's give it a spin. It's by Bobby Mitchell on the Ron record label from late 60, early 61, and it's called You're Doing Me Wrong.
Once I had a sweetheart. She was very young. She was only 16, and I was 21. We was married. I took her to my home. Now that girl is doing me wrong. She spent all of my money, stay out all night long, always rocking and rolling. She never stay at home. I know that she's a young girl who wants to have a fun. Her heart is full with laughter, but I'm the lonely one. Oh, my darling, come back where you belong. Can't you see you doing me wrong? Spend all of my money, stay out all night long, always rocking and rolling. She never stay at home. I know that she's a young girl who wants to have a fun. Her heart is full with laughter, but I'm the lonely one. Oh, my darling, come back where you belong. Can't you see you doing me wrong?
You know, I was tempted to get out of my chair, Johnny. You know, I got a cool T-shirt on. Can you folks see this T-shirt here? Is that camera get my T-shirt over there?
Dave has the coolest T-shirts. Mine are just bland, although my favorite color is blue, I have to say.
It says record collector serious about music. And I got to tell you, there's a lot of cool T-shirts for vinyl record geeks that are popping up on Facebook. One company is called Groovy Rhythm. And I think there's another company, Dad's Old Vinyl. But there's some cool things. And I bought a lot of these T-shirts. And, you know, they're great for appearances with Johnny G, with Tommy James, with my
Right.
buddy Rich Russo on Little Steven's Underground Garage. Our next show coming up on Little Steven's Underground Garage will be in November. And we, by the way, did hear from Little Steven. He loves the show. Wants to know why we're only doing an hour on Underground Garage.
Really?
Yeah, for real. So
That's
So
great.
who knows what they're going to do? But in any event, that was Bobby Mitchell, and I was tempted to get up and dance to that because I just love the groove of that particular record. Bobby Mitchell on the Ron record label, and a tune called "You're Doing Me Wrong." Now, this next record, Johnny G, is a
Yes.
record that I don't think it's a rare record. It wasn't a hit, so it might be new to some people. I know you've played it before. I played this multiple times on my Relics and Rarity show, Sunday nights on Top Shelf Oldies, which I hope some of you will join me and check out the show on Top Shelf Oldies. I don't do it every Sunday. It's maybe 2 out of 4 Sundays a month, but it's topshelfoldies.org. And if you like my Facebook page, which I would appreciate as well, my Facebook page is Dave the Rave, Relics and Rarities. You'll find links to the shows that I'm doing with Tommy James, with Top Shelf Oldies, and so forth. But I just love this record so much that even if you know the record, I just wanted to hear it on Johnny G's sound system.
Yeah, Dave likes my system. I'm telling you, Dave's not the only one. The people that do come here as a guest hosts here, guest collectors, they just like the sound. I don't know if it's the wiring or whatever, because you spend a lot of money on your needles, you know.
Well, I've got a pretty good sound system, but it just, maybe because we're up in the attic.
I know well, maybe, do you have the Bose speakers like that?
I don't even remember the brand of it's something that my son recommended.
That's like, you know how old they are? Those speakers?
Well, you know how old these records are? So these records are old records, and they like old speakers.
That's true.
But once again, I'm Dave the Rave, and of course I'm here with my good buddy Johnny G in his Vinyltreasure studio. And this next record is a group out of Los Angeles, California. This came out in early 1961, and check this out. It was produced by Herb Alpert and Lou Adler. They produced this particular record. It's by a group called the Untouchables, and I can't emphasize enough, I just love this record, the Untouchables, on the Madison record label, and it's called Raisin Sugar Cane.
Louisiana sun burning on my head. Cut that sugar cane, the boss man said. Haven't got a dime and I'm getting old, just to fill the rich man's sugar bowl. Raisin sugar cane. I work like a dog every livelong day, but on Saturday night gonna get my pay. Dress up fit to kill, take my woman out, going to town and dance and forget about raisin sugar cane. Don't you know that my sweet woman makes me feel so good? Treats me like a loving woman should. Makes me forget all my aches and pains, till I'm in the cane again. Raisin sugar cane. I'll spend my life in the burning field, but I'm better off than a man who steals. Got my bread and board and my woman at home, giving me the will to keep working on. So high, but I'm glad for the things I've got. So high, but I can't complain. Please, 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 please send me down some rain.
If you don't dig that record, you got a hole in your soul. If you don't dig that, take a cold shower. That is so fine. I love that. You know what? He's up in rock and roll. Well, he's up in heaven. Richard Keltz. I used to call him Flip Side of Rich, but I got to be honest with you. He turned me on to that record, back in the early 1990s. He was a listener to my Relics and Rarities show when I started doing it. Actually, I guess it was like around 1996 that I started doing my Relics and Rarities show, and he called me up for that record, and I wasn't familiar with the record, but I instantly fell in love with the record.
The Untouchables, that's Bryce Cofield, I think, is the lead singer on that. They have other records, too, on other labels also.
And Bryce Cofield had some very cool solo 45s that are collectible, which I have.
So, but again, he starting back with vocal groups, Bryce Cofield, I think maybe with the Valiants and whatnot back in the late 50s, but continuing into the 60s here. So and then again with the even though this is a New York label, Herb Alpert and who else we said was on here? Herb
Lou
Alpert
Adler.
and Lou Adler. Okay, and look what they went on to do.
Right. And of course, A&M Records, which of course they formed A&M Records. We should mention, not that we're playing it right now today, but of course, those of you who haven't heard, Sergio Mendes recently passed away. Of course, he had a lot of great records on A&M Records as well. So rest in peace, Sergio Mendes.
We're losing lots of artists that we take for granted that we used to listen to like every day, and it's like a very sad thing it is, but that's the way it goes.
Well, for fear of Tony Crosby crossing the Atlantic and hunting me down, you know, he said, Dave the Rave, I hope you brought this record by Hoagy Lands called The Next in Line. Now, I never told him that I had the record, so I'm wondering, like, did he sneak into my house and find out that I had the record?
I couldn't tell you, Dave. All I know, well, you know, Dave and I communicate quite a bit on requests and such, and I get a lot of requests that you know, sometimes I don't even know these records, and I ask Dave about them, and he goes, well, I think I might have that one. No, I don't know that one, but I think I might have mentioned this to you, and you had this record. I don't have.
And
this
sometimes a request will come to me, and I'll turn to Johnny, and do you have the record? And Johnny might have the record, and he'll play it on his Wednesday night show, or maybe I'll play something he doesn't have on my Sunday night show.
So we do trade requests. I guess we can call it.
We don't trade
requests.
Women, but we do trade requests.
We trade requests, and we traded records too.
We'll talk about that later on.
We did that too, but anyway.
But and by the way, let me give you my email. Is I mentioned my Facebook, which you could like. You'll see scans of records that I play on my other shows. It's Dave the Rave, Relics and Rarities on Facebook. My email is dave@davetherave.com, and Johnny's going to tell you how to contact him.
Yeah, you can contact me at vinyltreasures@aol.com. That is my contact for your requests. And this is actually an extra show. Normally, I do 2.5 shows a week. And this last week, I did 3 shows. Actually, this makes it 4. Well, we'll call it, it's a guest appearance with Dave here. That I could really do a show whenever I want. If I want to do shows all day long, I could do it every day of the week. I just don't have the time and to do it. If I did, I would love to be a regular DJ, not getting paid doing it. But anyway, it's the labor of love, and I'm glad that everybody's here. And again, if you like what's happening here, please contact me or contact Dave. We gave you the email address, and because we'll be happy to do these as often as we can. And sometimes, you know, you kind of like, you build it up to the next time, and then, you know, you look forward to doing it. That's what we're going to do. So I think that's the best way to do it. But
well,
Dave,
let's hope that Tony Crosby, I know you're monitoring the chat a little bit easier than I'm able to, because I'm digging in my boxes of records trying to figure out what to play next. But is Tony Crosby, raise your hand, Tony Crosby, if you're out there. Because
he's there. I saw him. He was just, he's there. He says he commented on your Brazil 66 comment with Sergio Mendes.
Beautiful. Okay, because I went digging into my collection.
He's there. He's right there.
There he is. Well, Tony, I thought of you, and I remembered to bring this 45, which I do have in my collection. It is a 45 that came out in March of 1967. On the Laurie record label. It's a record that I bought. I know Johnny talks more about this than I do, but I bought this record from Don Parker. As Johnny is shaking his head like, yeah, I remember that guy. I was like Don Parker's #1 buyer. I was probably spending between $15,000 to $18,000 a year with this individual. And we got along real well for many, many years. And the deal was he would cover the insurance. I had to pay the postage. Well, I don't know why after years I just spot checked him, and I found out that he wasn't charging me for just the postage. He was adding in like $2 for the box that he was shipping the records in, which was not part of the deal. So I didn't complain about the past. I said, look, Don, how about you refund me my $2 on this shipment, and from now on, just charge me the postage. Don't charge me for your shipping supplies. Well, Don says, well, you know, that's just the course of business. I'll give you $1.50 back, but that's all I'm giving you.
Oh, gosh.
Well, you know what? Guess who lost $15,000 to $18,000 a year of my business was Don Parker. I hope he's doing well. Wish him well. But I never bought another record from Don Parker, and found other outlets to buy records from. But in any event, I bought this from Don Parker. I don't know what it goes for today. Maybe it's not an expensive record. I paid $40 for this record, but it goes out to Tony Crosby and everybody else. It's a Tony Crosby request, recorded at Allegro Sound Studios, which was Tommy James's favorite studio, on the Laurie record label Hoagy Lands, and a tune called The Next in Line.
The next in line. The next in line. The next in line.
Who's gonna be the next in line to be fooled and let fall behind? I wouldn't want it any other way, baby, because the
next in line.
just gotta be me now.
The next in line.
Yeah, I gotta have the chance to hold you. And after it's all over, baby, I know my friends are gonna say, man, I told you, but still, I wouldn't want it any other way, baby, because it just gotta be me.
I said the next in
Lord, it just gotta be me. Yeah, and they say that nothing you may be hazardous to my health. You would love 'em and leave 'em and try to deceive 'em, girl, who just loves to share the wealth. But I wouldn't want it any other way, baby, because
I said the next in line.
yeah.
From March of 1967, a guy that was born in the same town that I was born in. We're both from New Brunswick, New Jersey, where, of course, I got to work at the coolest record store in New Brunswick. And that's the truth. I worked at the Varsity Music Shop. In fact, on my Facebook page, I even posted a picture of me behind the counter with the wall of 45's behind me. But that's Hoagy Lands, once again on the Laurie record label, a Tony Crosby request, and the tune called The Next in Line. And as long as we're talking about the next in line, we just got done playing a request. We just got done talking about how sometimes Johnny will hand me a request from a listener that he doesn't have, and sometimes I hand him a request from a listener that I don't have. Well, Leonard Mancini, up there in Connecticut, he's a tough requester sometimes, difficult to please, but we love the guy. He's a pretty loyal listener, and we do thank you for that. Leonard Mancini wanted to hear the flip side of the first Monument 45 from Ray Stevens, which was also, the A-side was a pretty cool record called Party People, but the other side, even as cool, maybe even cooler, it's a 45 that came out in late 65. In fact, Party People actually was a Billboard chart record.
That's not the same song that
Joe South did?
Yeah,
same song.
It is the same song. And somebody named Marino. Remember that the other guy? What's his name?
Augie Marino.
Augie Marino.
I believe it's the same song. I believe that's true. But this was a chart Billboard record if you count the bubbling under charts, because Party People debuted on the Billboard charts on December 18th of 65. Mm-hmm. It peaked for 1 week only at number 130. Now, maybe if they took Leonard Mancini's advice and they pushed the other side of the record, because it's a definitely cool record, it might have done better, but nonetheless a cool record. So for Leonard Mancini, Ray Stevens, First Monument 45. It's a tune called ABC.
After the tears and heartbreak of my first romance, I swore that I would never give love another chance. To hurt me again, my lesson I had learned, but somewhere deep inside I guess a little fire still burned. Cause baby, when you came along, my lonely heart yearned to feel the thrill of your sweet kiss. I tried, but I could not resist. Baby, don't you know I felt for you easy as a ABC. I was gone again. I was gone again. Yeah. ABC, I'm in love again. So in love again. Just a fool again. Over you. I swore I'd never fall again, my lesson I had learned. But somewhere deep inside I guess a little fire still burned. Cause baby, when you came along, my lonely heart yearned to feel the thrill of your sweet kiss. I tried, but I could not resist. Baby, don't you know I fell for you easy as a ABC. I was gone again. I was gone again. Yeah. ABC, I'm in love again. So in love again. Just a fool again. Over you. Easy as a ABC. I was gone again. I was gone again. Yeah.
You have to read ABC. That's Ray Stevens on the Monument record label. Once again, the First Monument 45. And Johnny and I were talking as the record was playing, and we were both commenting how a lot of those non-novelty tunes that Ray Stevens did, he had so many great records. I mean, even going into the 70s, I mean, I was touched by his record he did on Barnaby, Everything is Beautiful. He just had a lot of really cool records, Ray Stevens. But that goes out to Leonard Mancini. Thank you so much for that particular request. And let's see here. Avatar. Charles Ellis says those three notes in the Ray Stevens ABC song was the ABC TV musical logo in the mid-'60s.
Was it?
That's what Avatar said. And I'm not messing with Avatar.
Okay.
Charles
I mean,
Ellis
I'm just
knows
saying.
a lot of stuff, but that's
Okay.
interesting. Something I was not aware of.
I didn't know that.
Anyway, this next record, and I'm glad we've got some fellow record geeks out there. This next record is a record that had been on my want list for quite some time, and I picked up a copy probably a month and a half, 2 months ago. It is by Dusty Wilson on the Bronze, but it's BRONSE record label. And of course, you get to see the record. I'm so used to sometimes spelling things out because when I do my Sunday night show on Top Shelf Oldies, of course, unless they're looking at my Facebook page, Dave the Rave Relics and Rarities, they don't get to see the records like they do on the Johnny G Vinyl Treasure shows.
Well, that's the dynamic thing. Well, you know, Dave, maybe one day I will venture down there and we'll set you up.
There you go. I could be a YouTube star.
Well, you can be a YouTube star. Actually, because maybe Johnny G will open up the Johnny G network. And then we'll be on the network there, so we'll get all the we'll get some other collectors out there. Like there's Reid and Warren, maybe they can come on. We'll take shifts, and we'll have the Johnny G network out there. If I can get my brother to invest some way.
Listen, Charles Ellis, Avatar 610, talking about the ABC network. One day, the only thing coming off of her tongue will be the Vinyl Treasure Network.
Okay, we'll see.
But anyway, we were talking here. Now, Johnny thinks he's got this record, or maybe knows he's got this record by Dusty Wilson, a tune called Can't Do Without You. He's got it on a black label. I've got it, as you saw on your screen, I've got it on a kind of like a gold label. And, I'm thinking that the gold label was first.
Well, I don't know. I think it's a pressing thing. I think this might be a Chicago press. I don't know, Chicago or Detroit, the way it looks like. Because it looks like the Anna, you know how the Anna print is on those gold Anna the Anna records? Out of Detroit, I think. So, I don't know. Maybe this print is somewhere. Maybe this is a California one. I don't know. Greg sold me this on the black label. So
Okay, but in any event, gold or black, it's a great record. Once again, it's from late 61, early 62, right around that time period. And I'm going to send it out to Dennis Fluharty. I think it's kind of got like a blues kind of a feel to it, if I recall. If I'm wrong, Dennis, it's nice to send out a record to you anyway. Another great loyal listener to both of our programs. Dusty Wilson, Can't Do Without You.
Gonna go where the winds don't blow now, baby, and that sun doesn't shine. I'm gonna go and jump in that river if you don't hurry up and say you're mine. Hey, I'm gonna play Russian roulette with 6 bullets in the gun. If you don't say that I'm yours, pretty baby, and that I am the only one, 'cause I can't do without you, baby. Can't live without. Can't you hear me crying, mama? Can't do without you. I might as well end my misery so you can stop torturing me. They say that absence make the heart grow fonder, so I went away, but couldn't bear the thought of being without you, and I came back the very next day, 'cause I cannot do without you. No. Can't live without. Can't you hear me crying out, baby? Can't do without you. I might as well end my misery so you can stop torturing me. Whoa, yeah. I joined that a foreign legion and try and forget about you. But every time I tried to leave you, baby, there was nothing I could do. 'Cause I can't do without you. No. Can't live without you. Can't you hear me crying out, baby? Can't do without you. I might as well end my misery so you can stop torturing me. Whoa, whoa, baby. Yeah, yeah, baby, baby, baby. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Can't live without you. Can't do without you. Whoa, baby. Can't live without you.
I think you could probably guess why that had been on my want list for quite some time. Dusty Wilson on the Bronze record label. I'll send it out to also to Tim Williams in North Carolina, because I think long time ago he requested that song for me, and I didn't have the record. I dug it, so I put it on a want list and finally found a copy for a little bit under $500. So I said, okay, I'm buying a record. The kind of money that we spend, Johnny, to keep our customers satisfied.
yes, it is, Dave. I guess because
We're addicts.
we are addicted, is what it is. It's like any addiction is how it goes. But
Dusty Wilson, Can't Do Without You. Once again, late 61, early 62. Now, Johnny had said to me, when you come onto the show, because the show that I do Sunday nights on Top Shelf Oldies is unlike Johnny's Wednesday show where he plays primarily soul. I play a lot of, garage, surf, all kinds of music on my Sunday night show. Once again, 9 to midnight on Top Shelf Oldies. No show tonight, at least not there. Maybe here, but that's doubtful. But you never know. But in any event, so Johnny said, well, why don't you bring like a sample or two of what you would play on your show so people get to know? Because maybe the people who are tuned into the Vinyl Treasure program today, maybe they also dig some garage or other types of sound. So a little garage and a little bit of this next sound. It's one of my favorite rockabilly records. It goes back to 1958. It's a Rockabilly 45 by a guy by the name of Gene Lamar. and his Blue Flames. I think this is his first 45. And, of course, it came out on the Spry record label. I dig the record. It's actually a great double-sided 45. We'll stick to one side on this program. Gene Lamar and his Blue Flames, and a tune called That Crazy Little House on the Hill.
There's a crazy little house on a great big hill. It really rocks all night. The old folks hate that house on the hill. The young folks love it, alright. Just go to the door and say, give me some fun. I wanna rock all night. Me and my date, we're never late. Try to get there before 9. When we get in, there's all of my friends. They're always there on time. Just rocking and rolling and a bobbing and a strolling, baby. Everything is just fine. Rock it one time now. Let rock and roll satisfy your soul, and when you get the beat, start patting your feet. Don't catch cold, baby, doing the stroll. Put your shoes on that rhythm and blues. One more time now, rock it. Every time I learn how to dance, it always gives me a thrill. Hey, did you just have you ever been to that crazy little house on the hill? Hey, did you just have you ever been to that crazy little house on the hill? That crazy little house on the hill. That crazy little house on the hill. That crazy little house on the hill.
Now that's a 45 that rocks. No doubt about that. Once again, Gene Lamar, his Blue Flames on that Spry record label, the tune called That Crazy Little House on the Hill. Johnny, we're in that crazy little attic studio.
That's
I got the
correct.
name, the No Static Attic, but you've got the real No Static rockin' attic here in the Vinyl Treasures
Well, it's the
studios.
tangible attic. It's the tangible attic. And you know what? I do have a no humidity basement too, by the way.
You do.
That's right.
You really
I don't
do
know
have
how
that.
I don't know how no humidity it is today. Oh, it's actually a beautiful day today here.
Well, it's
in New
mice
York.
free at this point in time.
Yeah.
That's the important thing.
Well, that's true.
But I want to send this next record out to Reid in Medford, Oregon, because I recall on my Sunday night program I was playing some 45s. Might have been on the Thelma label, and I think Eddie Singleton. Wasn't Eddie Singleton was involved with Thelma Records? And Reid made the comment about how he loved just about anything that Eddie Singleton was involved with. Well, this next record and this next label, Shrine Records, I believe Eddie Singleton was the guy involved with Shrine Records. And, of course, he wrote this particular song. He produced this song. And, of course, this is from the legendary Shrine Records they were at Washington, D.C., I believe, was it?
Yeah. And you know why Shrine Records are so, not because they're so great sounding mainly, but because everything got destroyed in a fire.
Right.
So everything was gone. So this is the only way you get these records, unless they reproduce them somehow. Which I
Well,
think
some
they've
people
done.
who had Shrine Records have put out Shrine Records CDs.
Yeah.
In fact, I believe that Kent Records either did recently or is planning on releasing some kind of a CD containing Shrine recordings. But you know, it's definitely I guess among collectors, it's it's a real cool thing to have some Shrine 45s. John, I know you've got some Shrine records.
I think I have 2 or 3 Shrine 45s. That's it. And I had a chance to buy some more, but they were pricey.
Yeah, I bought them.
They're 4-figure. You bought some. You did. You looked at the box.
This is from the Greg Zurich collection. This was this record that we're going to hear now. This is $1,500.
Okay.
But it's
They're pricey, folks.
Yes, they are pricey. They're like holy grail kind of 45s in the soul world, these Shrine 45s.
See, I need the Ray Pollard on here, which can play on the soul show and also on a vocal group harmony show. Ray Pollard is one of them.
Well, they didn't have that when I looked. Otherwise, I might have bought it. But if you saw it, you might. I don't know. Would you have paid $2,000 or so for that Ray Pollard?
When I was in that mode a few months ago, probably, if that song was there, probably was. But
well, this is a great soul 45. Once again, from 1966. These are the Cautions, an Eddie Singleton tune, and it's called "No Other Way." It was hard to say no to that record. I'm listening to the record at the Revilla Grooves and Gear, and I always yell at the owner, Darren. I'm like, Darren, man, you're killing me. You're killing my retirement plan. But this is a great record. They're once again on the Shrine record label. Nice, clean label, as you can see on your YouTube channel there. The Cautions, Eddie Singleton tune from 1966, and a tune called "No Other Way."
You know, that's their second release. I have their first one, "Watch Your Step," which is easier than that.
Well, that's coming up to me. Well, maybe I'll save that for.
Well, no, you could play that. I want to see what yours looks like anyway, because my label's messed up. I mean, I got it at a cheap price because he sold it to me for $300. The vinyl's nice, but the label's a little bit messed up. But
yeah, I bought a bunch of Shrine records. I went from having no Shrine to maybe like 4 or 5 Shrine 45s.
There you go. That's
As
cool.
Johnny has said about me, I am spontaneous.
I think
impulsive.
Compulsive.
Compulsive?
Well, I wouldn't say impulsive. Is it No, it's compulsive.
It's also Kapolsky.
That's true, but you know what it is? You got to have it, is what you say. So anyway, that's how it works with Dave.
Well, I want to make sure that Cool Transports and Miami Sante and Amy King and Avatar and Reid and the Bopper Boy who's out there. Bopper Boy says, by the way, that you can buy box sets of Shrine 45s if you don't mind repros.
Oh, okay.
Of course, we prefer original label.
True, but listen, sometimes, beggars can't be choosers. Listen, there's certain records I'm never going to have. I had to play, like I said, I had to face the facts. I spoke to a guy that I know that has some very expensive records in his collection.
And you spoke to me about that
and
as well.
He said to me, Johnny, not for anything. We know that you strive on playing originals on your show, and that's really what the whole thing is, and this is what you are. But there are some records you may never own. So if you're never going to own these records, why not, and you still have them, why not play them so people can hear them, so they know about them?
And of course, things that I may never own and that sound great. For example, a couple of weeks ago on my Sunday night Top Shelf Oldies show, the Bopper Boy, the famous Bopper Boy, check him out, 11 p.m. That's Warren, yes. He wanted to hear something off of a Diplomats CD.
Okay.
Which, it was a great tune, and it only came out it was an unreleased tune.
Yeah.
Only available on a CD. So, I give him that full menu of both original 45s, some repros, and even things that were unreleased, only available on a CD. So I have to thank Bopper Boy for that. In fact, I have the Diplomat's first 45 that he requested. That's somewhere in my box. So if we don't get to it in the first segment, maybe we'll get to it in the next segment, whenever that may be. But anyway, great record there, and that was, once again, The Cautions on Shrine Records and a tune called No Other Way.
Okay.
And, we were talking about Eddie Singleton and labels that he was involved with. Well, we mentioned Thelma Records, which was out of Detroit, Michigan, of course. And a record that I dig both sides of this record is by Eddie Hill. Mm-hmm. Eddie Hill on Thelma. This came out in 1965, and it's a tune called Baby I Cried.
Here we go.
Baby, I cry, and that's no crime, 'cause crying, baby, just a waste of time. Oh, baby, I guess I'll go home, oh, Lord, 'cause crying for me, baby, just is my kind of carrying on. No, baby, it's all over for you and me. Tired of being left in misery, oh baby, why can't I be strong? 'Cause crying over my baby just ain't my kind of carrying on. No, 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 no. I cried for a woman before. I hope I'll never have to cry no more. This pride is about to drive me insane. It shakes up my name and it rattles my brain. It's all over, baby. I got to put you down, and I don't want you hanging around, baby. Just leave me alone. 'Cause crying for a woman, baby, just ain't my kind of carrying on. No, no, no. I cried for a woman before. I hope I'll never have to cry no more. This pride is about to drive me insane. It shakes up my name and it rattles my brain. It's all over, baby. I got to put you down, and I don't want you hanging around, baby. Just leave me alone. 'Cause crying for a woman, baby, just ain't my kind of carrying on. No, 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 no. Crying, crying, crying for a woman just ain't my kind of carrying on. Can't you hear me telling you, baby, crying, crying, crying just ain't my kind of carrying on.
Eddie Hill, Thelma 45 from 65. That kind of like rhymes. That comes off the tongue pretty good there. Eddie Hill, Thelma 45 from 65. Tune called Baby I Cried. And it's actually a pretty good double-sided 45. So I hope you all dug that record. Once again, I'm Dave the Rave here doing my guest slot with Johnny G in the Vinyltreasure Studios. And, of course, once again, my Facebook page, Dave the Rave Relics of Rarities. Or if you've got a comment or a request for a future show, Dave at davetherave.com.
And I hope people are enjoying this and would consider subscribing to my YouTube channel also. And you can contact me at vinyltreasures@aol.com. Let me know if you're enjoying this special guest collector here with these cool soul 45s out of his collection. I don't have the majority of these records. I do not own. So I played a song not too long ago by Linda Griner called Envious. You know?
Well, it's a mutual envious, Johnny
well, in a good
G.
way. It's in a good way. And
likewise,
you know, so
likewise.
These are, and then again, you know, it's not that it was, and it was funny because when I used to listen to Dave, there were 2 records that I actually sought out that he played.
Well, there should be more than 2.
Well,
now.
there are, because I told him I collect everything. So all these records that he has played today that I don't have, they're on my want list. And they've been on my want list because I run those labels.
But here's the difference. This goes back to what you said about being compulsive. So if Johnny plays a record, whether it's over the telephone for me or on his radio show, I'm buying it immediately. You know, Johnny puts them down. It could be months or years later before he goes looking for the record, but I got to have it immediately. I don't care what the price is typically. I'm buying a record. Johnny's a more, savvy shopper.
That's his compulsive side. But you're right. I try to be because I need to stretch that out as much as I can. You know, because... And again, I listen, at one time, I only limited, I don't know, and Dave can, I don't know if Dave can say this too, maybe he can, that I only limited spending on certain records. I wouldn't pay, and for many years, once I was able to afford it, I wouldn't pay more than $3,000 for a 45, okay?
That was in the past.
Well, that was in the past, for sure, as Dave well knows what has happened, transpired over maybe the last 5 months or so. But,
well, actually, almost since December of 2023.
It actually, yeah, or late November or whatever. December, I think.
I mean, I don't know if you want me to say this, but I would say from December of 2023 until today, Johnny and I could be driving a fancy Mercedes-Benz all paid for.
That's true. So, again, but sometimes it's very overwhelming, especially for a collector. So, I mean, if you're not a collector, it's not a big deal. You know, you can get the songs, but for what we are and who we are and what we do and what we really like to do, it's part of the
it's in our blood.
It's the passion, isn't it? The passion.
It's the passion.
It's a passion. I'm telling you, when I worked for that utility company in Newark, New Jersey,
PSE&G.
So they said, "What do you have a passion for?" Nobody there had a passion, and they were actually shocked when I said, "My passion is music." Because you're kidding. Your passion is music. I said, yeah, really, it's music because it gets me out of my funk, and I can play records even when I'm deathly ill, you know.
And you've been hurting lately, but yet you still managed to get in the air chair and play records for your listeners.
Okay, but
so a record label that I know that you run, Johnny likes to run labels. I typically only buy what I like. Although that's a positive for me, and then there's been positives for Johnny because he ran labels, and unbeknownst to him, a record that he bought for $1, 40 years ago is like a $1,000 record today because it was part of a label run. But one of the labels that I know you run, because there's some great records on the Carnival record label, and of course a group that you and I both dig quite a bit, and I think our listeners are going to dig the sound of the Manhattans. Well, their first 45 on the Carnival record label, which came out in March of '64 for this particular record, was a song called, the side that I like best is a side called I've Got Everything But You. Of course, it's weird that the other side of this record, being that this was their first record on Carnival Records, is a song called For the Very First Time. And that's actually a pretty cool sounding record as well. For all I know, it might have been the actual A side of the record, but the side that we're going to hear right now, once again, the Manhattans on the Carnival label from March of '64, tune called I've Got Everything But You.
but you. I've got a yacht on every ocean. I've flown over every sea. Got other love and devotion. Still that means nothing to me. Hey, I just love you so. I want the world to know I'd give up all I own if you just come back home. Baby, I've got everything but you. I've got a yacht on every ocean. I've sailed over every sea. Got others, love and devotion. Still that means nothing to me. I just love you so. I want the world to know I'd give up all I own if you just come back home. Baby, I've got everything but you. I've got everything, baby doll. Don't just stop now.
Sound of the Manhattans there once again, their first Carnival 45 from March of 64. Good double-sided record. That's the side that we played, though, called I've Got Everything But You. Now, I hear I've got intelligence. I got we got a special report here on a listener by the name of Edmund. I think it's what, Edmund Williams, is it?
Yes, he collects the SAR label.
Right. Johnny says he collects SAR, so let's send this next record out to you, Edmund Williams. And I think everybody's going to dig this record. It's probably, I would say definitively Patience Valentine. This is her rarest SAR 45. It's a tune called If You Don't Come, You Better Call. It's from like early 63, I believe, for this particular record. But it maybe not early, but it's definitely from 63. And cool record. Paid quite a bit for this record. Had to have it in the collection, Johnny. You know that feeling. Patience Valentine for Edmund. If you don't come, you better call.
If you don't come, well, you better call, or you're not gonna find me at home at all. Been waiting for your baby since a 9:45, but the hands on the clock have gone around again. If you don't come, well, you better phone, 'cause I'm tired of waiting at home alone. Your dinner's getting cold and the night is so long, and I get to wondering if you're doing me wrong. You know I love you, baby, and I know that you're mine, but I think you should come home a little earlier sometimes. If you don't come, well, you better call, 'cause I have an invitation that is 6 feet tall. You know that I've been faithful and I treat you so good, so appreciate me, baby, just knock on wood. You know I love you, baby, and I know that you're mine, but I think you should come home a little earlier sometimes. If you don't come, well, you better call, 'cause I have an invitation that is 6 feet tall. You know that I've been faithful and I treat you so good, so appreciate me, baby, and just knock on wood. If you don't come, you better call. If you don't come, you better call. If you don't come, you better call.
Don't you worry, I'm going to come. And if I ain't going to come, I'm going to call Johnny. Johnny was concerned that I was going to get stuck in Sunday traffic. So I said, don't worry, I'll be coming there, Johnny. I'll make it. That, of course, is Patience Valentine. And, you know, I wear it on my sleeve. You know, if I have an original sleeve, I typically won't write on the original sleeve. But if I have just a, generic plain sleeve, I'll put notes on my sleeve. And as Johnny was looking at my sleeve, I had down 1961 crossed out. and then I had 1963. So somewhere I must have thought it was 61, then saw somewhere at 63, but Johnny has pulled up the definitive answer. Johnny, what did you find out for that?
Well, Cashbox reviewed this record in October 21st of 1961. So you can say, the fall of 61.
Yeah,
so.
fall of 61. Once again, Patience Valentine on Sam Cooke's Saw record label. I wonder if Edmund Williams has that record. You said he collects Saw
I don't know.
records.
I think he requested this of me, or one of the other ones. She does 3. I have the common one, Unlucky Girl.
Which is a great record, too, by the way. I have that in my collection.
And that one doesn't, that one is probably the easiest of the 3 to find on SAR, but he might have requested that. I have to see.
But that's SAR, as you might have seen on your screen if you're looking carefully, at SAR 119, Patience Valentine. If you don't come, you better call. And, of course, you can always call us via email. I'm Dave at davetherave.com, so I'd love to get your feedback. And, of course, Johnny is what? Johnny...
Vinyltreasures at AOL.com. I do have another one, Johnny RPM, but
Vinyltreasures
at AOL.com. That is the contact
And
number.
if you just tuned in and you'd like me to come back, you gotta make me look good. Like what you hear, subscribe to the channel, and you can also like my Facebook, Dave the Rave Relics of Rares, and get all your friends to subscribe, because if we could get to 2,000 subscribers in the next 2 hours, in the next hour and a half or so, I might even be able to get Johnny G to give us a part 2 tonight. So call your friends, get them to subscribe now.
That's what Dave said, because Dave was talking about, because we did the he was here. When were you here? I forget.
July 14th.
July 14th, Dave was here.
And it's archived on your site.
Well, it is. You can go back. Those of you that are new here coming to the show, you don't have to listen to me live, but you can listen to me on the archive. And so many people have been going to the archive. I go back to 2015, at least here on YouTube, but I go back to 2005 with the Vinyl Treasure Show. But I do have a website, vinyltreasures.net. So if you ever wanted to download the whole shows, you can go there and download the MP3, because it's just there for people to listen. I have people that download it and put it on a CD. They play it on their car. But now with the, you connect your phone to the car, you can listen onto the YouTube streams now, and people watch the show. It's so crazy that people watch the show on their phones, on their tablets, on their PCs, and on their iTVs. So if you have an ITV, there's people that sit back on Saturday nights or Wednesday nights, or because I do a Wednesday night soul show. That's my soul show that I do here, and that goes live also on Oldies and More Radio. So they have me broadcasting there, and I'm live on YouTube. And then Thursday, every other Thursday, I do a 78 show. So I never thought I would ever play my 78s, and I got rid of so many that I ended up getting on 45. But now I have collectors contacting me to tell me, no, do the 78 show. They sound better than 45s, and we want to hear stuff from the late. And I'm not that I'm a big 40s fan. I can listen to the early vocal group style. Don't play a lot of it, but I play it by year, so you can see how the music kind of like evolves. So I do that on a Thursday afternoon every other week. I just did the show last Thursday. I'll do it in another couple weeks, and then I have a big show on Saturday night, because I get lots of requests. I have listeners that email me their requests, and I'm starting to cut it down a little bit, because I go for sometimes 4 hours or longer. So that's a long time, and a lot of people, at least here on the East Coast, people are going to bed, but they listen on the archive. So anyway, so that's how it's been going, and then it's fun to have guests come up here to the program to give me a break. And this is an added show for my best buddy Dave the Rave here.
And I got a record with a question for you. Let me tell you what it is, and then I'll tell you what the question is.
Yeah.
Okay, I got a 45, rare 45 on the Judd record label. It's by an artist, June Alexander, who was actually Arthur Alexander Jr., and this was his very first 45. June was actually short for Junior. And, of course, after this particular recording, he was simply known as Arthur Alexander Jr., but this 45 on the Judd record label from August of 1960 is Arthur Alexander's very first 45. Now, it's a pricey record, and here's what's weird about the record, John. I noticed a fingerprint on the record, so I took it. This is a little fable here, folks. This next part is not quite true, but I took it to the FBI studios, and they came back and they said, that fingerprint belongs to John Galindo. Now, how did your fingerprint get on my June Alexander record? Now, this part coming up is true. Your turn.
How did it get on here?
Yeah.
You
forgot, huh?
I forgot.
He forgot. Well, John told me when I told him I had this first record by Arthur Alexander on Judd Records, June Alexander, I thought you told me I had that record in my hand, but I didn't like the price. They put it back and I bought it. That's how your fingerprint's on the record.
He's correct. Well, listen, this wasn't the only one. There was a couple other ones. Oh, this is when we were looking at the Price records.
Well, we're looking at the Expensive Soul records.
Right, and I pulled it because you played it for me. You see, Dave plays tricks on me. You know what he does? So we're looking at all these records. Okay, like it's overwhelming to look at this collection that Greg had. So he says to me, Johnny, he says, how much would you pay for this record? So he just tells me. And so I said to him, I would pay $200 for the record. He said,
and then I would say, but would you pay $400? Right. And then he would say, no, I'm not going to pay $400.
Right.
And then I said, okay, well then I guess you're not going to pay $1,000 because that's the price of the record.
Right. And so when he said $1,000, I was like, wait a minute, are you kidding me? $1,000? That's a lot.
But let me just say this in all fairness to John, he spent as much, if not more. We always spent a very comparable amount, lots and lots of money on this Greg Zork collection that became available, sadly, because Greg Zork, had passed away. But so he's earmarking X amount of dollars, and a lot of that to these group harmony records. I'm earmarking a ton of money to soul and garage type of 45s, mostly soul, although Greg Zork did have some garage things in his collection. So for Johnny to say no to $1,000, I'm not going to pay that price. All fairness, but he might have spent $5,000 or $7,000 or whatever on a group harmony record.
Well, that's true. That is definitely true. So it was, again, I guess, listen, there's certain records that, again, I tell you, my first love is vocal group harmony. So if it was a record that I needed to complete my collection, or the one that was my favorite record, that was that Endorsers. Not that to say what you paid for that record, I would have paid. Now, maybe you would have paid what we traded for that record, which is going for a lot more at one time.
Although I had a great offer on that Endorsers record.
That's true, but again, probably that record hasn't been up for auction at all for a while now. You haven't seen that John English record in a long time. So if it were probably to come up now, not that the Endorsers came up for sale at all, and maybe would be a big number, but that garage record hasn't come up, and there would probably be more people that would want that garage record than they would want that Endorsers. There may be 3 top collectors that would pay the hilt for that Endorsers, but there may be 15,
and I happen to know one of them.
There may be 15 people that may want that John English III.
By the way, we're getting off topic in regards to the record that we're about to hear. Wait. But I got to ask you a quick question. Who is Vinyl Grotto? Do you know who that is?
He is, it's Doug. I think that's Doug Fields. I think he said he's on. He's a Facebook. He's like a Facebook
because he
acquaintance.
mentioned, it's funny. He's talking in the chat room.
Yeah.
That he says Greg Zork wanted to buy his Capitol single on the Omen record label.
Oh, okay.
Well, when we went to go digging through the Zork collection, I was praying, and one of the first places I looked in the different labels was Omen Records, because I want that Capitals record. Okay. I couldn't find it. I thought maybe somebody bought it, but maybe Greg never had it, because the Vinyl Grotto says that Greg wanted to buy his Capitol single. Well, sadly, Greg's not here, but I'm interested in that Capitol single.
So there you go. You can make a sale. You can make a sale.
If that Capitol singles on Omen is for sale, once again, my email, dave@davetherave.com. But let's go to turntable number 1. Once again, Arthur Alexander's very first 45
Debut single.
On the Judd record label, and it's under the name of June Alexander, and it's called The Girl That Radiates That Charm.
I've got a girl, I'm sure that she's the one. She's a pretty little thing and really goes for me. She's got two big sparkling eyes, heaven must have kissed them. She's a girl that radiates that charm. Up in the morning, out to make some money. When I draw my pay, I give it all to her. Just to see her eyes light up, ooh, it's crazy. With the girl that radiates that charm. Late in the evening with her and her cigarette, filling up our glasses, listening to the hi-fi set. Turn them bright lights way down low. Ooh, it's crazy. With the girl that radiates that charm. Radiates such a charm. Radiates such a charm. Radiates such a charm.
Well, the 45 says June Alexander, but that's Arthur Alexander, his first 45 from August of 1960 on the Judd record label. The tune called The Girl That Radiates That Charm. You know, Arthur Alexander, it's weird because the guy died, from what I understand, he died basically broke. But yet, you know, at least 5 or 6 bands that are in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, they covered some of those great Arthur Alexander tunes. So the guy was just such a talented writer, made some great records, and, you know, just died penniless, and that troubles me. But sometimes I guess that's just the way the cookie crumbles. But what a talented individual. And that's just a rare 45 there. Once again, June Alexander, The Girl That Radiates That Charm. Now, this next record is from a 45 that came out in 1968, February of 68. It's by a group that, to my knowledge, had 2 45s on Sport Records. The group is called The Appreciations, and this might be their hardest of their 45s.
It is, because the other one is, what, You Don't Have to Say You Love Me, I think was the one called, the cover of that tune.
And then there was, was it The Appreciations that did a song called No, 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 or something like that? Which is also a rare 45, which I don't think I have a real one of that. I might have a boot of that, if it is, in fact, The Appreciations.
Oh, wait, no, I'm getting confused. No, they do have 2. There's one, like I said.
Wait, 2 on Sport?
Hold on, 2 on Sport. This is the.
I know I have 2 on Sport.
This is the hard. This is
definitely the hard one.
Yeah. Well, they have this listed at $3,414.
That's what I basically paid for the record.
Okay. The other one they have about $158, which I have. There's a Place in My Heart back with She Never Really Loved Me. I'm getting confused with some other song.
Right, but did they also do a song called No, No, No?
Yes. On the
That's a pricey record also.
Yes, that says $1,343
Yeah,
on
I need
Aware, and then they have one on Jubilee, which I have. So I have
the Jubilee one I have
is
also.
easy. So,
But the one that's called No No No.
Yeah.
I'm pretty certain that I have a boot copy of that record,
Okay.
I believe, but I'd like to get a real one of that as well. But this is definitely their priciest 45. I actually paid $2,800 for 20. No, you know what? Actually, I got a pretty good deal on this record. It's a mint copy. It's a mint vinyl copy on the Sport record label. I paid $2,500 for this record, so I felt like I got a pretty good deal on this particular record. But it's definitely a cool record. Once again, February of 1968, The Appreciations, and the tune is called "It's Better to Cry."
When things go wrong between you and romance, don't run away, give it another chance, 'cause it's better to cry. It's so much better to cry than to tell your love goodbye. Yes, it is, baby. Oh, I know that it hurts to find that your love has lied. Deep down inside, it really hurts your pride. But it's better to cry. It's so much better to cry than to tell your love goodbye. Yes, it is, baby. It's better to have love that'll sometimes fall than being alone without love at all. So if your love begins to run around, take my advice, and let the tears come down. 'Cause it's better to cry. It's so much better to cry than to tell your love goodbye. Oh, baby. If your love begins to run around on you, take my advice, and let the tears come down. 'Cause it's better to cry. It's so much better to cry than to tell your love goodbye. Did you hear what I said? I know it's better to cry. The tears from your eyes. It's so much better to cry.
Sound of the Appreciations there, once again on that Sport record label. Love that record there. Was just really happy to find a copy of that record there. The tune is called "It's Better to Cry," The Appreciations from February of 1968. And Johnny, I might be crying about this next record because hopefully I've given you the right side to play for the audience, because honestly, I remember digging on the record. Paid a good amount of money for the record. Paid $850 for this next record, and but I don't remember if I put these. Hopefully I put the side that I like best as the upside in the sleeve, the way I typically put a 45 in its sleeve. But enjoyed the record. It's from 1968. If I recall, it's kind of like a sweet soul sounding record, which means that Miami Santi, Leonard Mancini, and I don't know, from the listeners that typically you have on a Wednesday night, that hopefully will filter over to my show on a Sunday night on topshelfoldies.org. I won't be on tonight. At least not there. And, of course, I will be on the following Sunday. I'll be on, which will be the 15th of September. But I thought to myself when I heard this record that this would be something that the Sweet Soul people in particular would like. It was on the Southern City record label, a label out of Tennessee record label, and this is a group called the Paramount 4, and it's a tune called I've Made Up My Mind.
I've been undecided about love, afraid to take the chance of being hurt by love. But I'm a man and I understand there must be some pain. 'Cause if there's sunshine, there's got to be some rain. That's why let's try love one more time. One more time. You see, my first love treated me so unfair, and you know the hurt of love is not an easy thing to bear. But if I keep on trying, I know it's just a matter of time. I can't hold a winning hand. I can't lose all the time. That's why oh baby, that's why try love one more time. Baby, I said I made up in my mind a long time ago to keep on loving you. Baby, I wanna keep on loving you until the end of time. I don't wanna stop now, baby. I can't stand all this pain and pressure.
The Paramount 4 there once again from 1968 on Southern City Records out of Tennessee, and a tune called I've Made Up My Mind. I'm Dave the Rave, and of course I'm here with my my host Johnny G from the Vinyl Treasure Machine. His studio is located in a secret location in Westchester County, and of course Johnny G does a soul show on Wednesday nights. I think many of you might know that. Of course, if you kind of got to this YouTube broadcast because you know me from my radio program, well, definitely check out my buddy, like the page, subscribe to the page, and check out his soul show. He's got several shows, but the show that most like what we're doing here today would be his Wednesday night soul show, which was 9 p.m. until midnight.
That's correct. And Dave is normally on Top Shelf Oldies, one from 9 p.m. to midnight on Sunday nights.
Most Sunday nights. And, of course, I'm on every Sunday on Sirius XM. For those of you that have satellite radio, I am the resident record geek, so I sit in with Tommy James on his show called Getting Together with Tommy James. It's Sirius XM 60s Gold, that's Channel 73. So I'm on tonight. With a very cool and rare Surf 45 that I'm playing. And, of course, once every couple of months, I do a show on a Friday night, 11 p.m. till midnight, with a host. My co-host is Rich Russo. They call him the Jersey Guy, and that's on Little Steven's Underground Garage. And, of course, our next show will be the fourth Friday in November, 11 until midnight. Once again, Little Steven's Underground Garage, which is Channel 21. But I'm having so much fun right here.
Okay. Me
with Johnny
too.
G.
Me too. I don't have this record here. Looks like a pricey. Looks like the side, though, Dave. And Mark Knowles says that this is a big popcorn record.
Well, it is a pricey record. You're right about that, John. I paid $800 for this particular record.
Okay.
It's produced by Chip Taylor, the guy who's best known for Wild Thing and, of course, Any Way That You Want Me, and a lot of cool records that Chip Taylor was involved with. And, of course, Ted Darrell, his name is on the record as well. And, of course, Ted Darrell, you'll see his name on some pretty cool records as well. It's a 45 that came out on a record label that I only own one record on this label, and that's this record by Al MacArthur. It's on the Two Guitars Records label, but it's kind of like a Jamaican kind of a sound, if I recall. Al MacArthur, the song is called His True Love for You.
He may say that he loves you, he'll put you on a throne. But when his game is over, you'll be left alone. And though he'll promise you a star, promise you a moonbeam, a love that's true, well, that little star's not quite so far as his true love for you. I've watched him every day. I've seen that handsome smile. He puts on all of the girls, oh, but that's his style. You know that he'll promise them a star, promise them a moonbeam, a love that's true. And that little star is just as far as his true love for you. Star, promise you a moonbeam, a love that's true. For my love is stronger and will last much longer than his true love for you. His true love for you.
Got to dig in.
Yeah, they like that one there in the chat room there, Dave.
I dug it too. I dropped the needle on the record down at the store that was selling the Greg Zora collection, and I was like, okay, that's me. Didn't know it was going to be an $800 record, but of course, Johnny, you tell me that it's like $1,000 record. So Johnny's trying to make me feel good. He said, you got a pretty good deal on that record. Al MacArthur is the artist. Al MacArthur, once again, on the Two Guitars record label from 1965, and a tune called His True Love for You. John, I know you're better at this than I am, but maybe we should take a moment to acknowledge some of the names of the people that are in the YouTube chat room. So if you're listening to the broadcast, you'd like to hear your name said on this broadcast, please stop by, say hello. It's great to know that you're out there. And go ahead and read off some of the names of the people.
Let me see. There's a way I could, let's see. Well, I have there. Actually, what it does is YouTube allows me to look at participants. So we have participants, and they're alphabetical here. Maybe because it's ones that I see here now: Avatar 610, Cool Transports, Lenny G, Mark Knowles, Miami Santi, Reed King, Rob Balboni, Tony Crosby, Warren Russell. I know Charlene is tuned into the program. Those are the active participants, at least the last few. Let's see who else we have.
Well, Bopper Boy is probably there, right?
No, I said Warren was in there. There you go. Shazman.
Shaman Zito.
Oh, there it is. There you go.
Shaman Zito.
And I think, let's see.
Vinyl Grotto was in there.
He was there. He was there. You know, people come and go.
And they may be listening and tuned into the broadcast, but just not in chat, perhaps.
I mean, I normally, again, I don't know how. Darren Record Hound was tuned into the program. Brian Korn, he may have stepped out. We got, I didn't see Man Size, was in for a while.
Man Size, now I feel bad for Man Size. He says he twisted an ankle in my high-heeled sneaker.
Okay.
So that means that he was dancing his butt off to some record that we were playing, and as a result of going crazy, he hurt himself. So we're sorry that we played such a great record for Man Size that he ended up twisting an ankle. But I hope that ankle is feeling better. And I see there was somebody in here by the name of Watusis.
Yeah, and the Kulurvo, Kullervo.
I think, Johnny, what we wanted to do, and if we missed somebody, we certainly didn't want to miss you, but we wanted to just acknowledge and say thanks for those of you that tune into the program. I need a lot of people for my program because I'm a guest. You know, Johnny can always do the show anytime, but if I don't get a lot of people and a lot of response, I'm fired. I'm out of here.
Catherine Guzman's in there.
Is she really?
She's there.
Oh, hi, Catherine.
Yeah.
She writes me some of the best emails. Catherine, I so appreciate the emails that she sends me. In fact, she makes me feel guilty, but don't stop because she writes these great emails. And sometimes, like, I read an email from her, I think last night around midnight, and I'm like, I was kind of tired, and people in the house, I was staying at my girlfriend's, they're like, you know, could you turn the light off? Can you go to bed already? But Catherine, thank you so much for those great, funny emails that you send me. And she likes to be known as the Goose. She said, just call me the Goose from New York City. So I'm glad you made it into the chat room, Catherine.
They got you also got Grammy Gigante, if I said that right.
Graham Gigante. Yes, hi, Graham, another great listener.
And you got Al Mueller. Is that another listener? There you go, one of your listeners.
Sounds familiar, yeah.
Robert from California is in. He tunes into my program on Saturday nights. And Jeffrey Chactagnier. Did I say that right, Jeffrey? He's in our chat room also. And we got 58 people here in the chat room. We were up there at the 60s before.
So call your friends, get them in here, and especially your record collector geek friends like Johnny and myself.
Or lovers of the music, of course. That is, I have to say that for my show because I have a lot of people that and people that have sold their records. You know, a lot of people have sold their collections that tune into the program. I know I have many people that do that, but
we're responsible for that. They said, let's sell our records while there's good value to the records, because who knows what the future holds. We could always listen to Johnny G or Dave the Rave, and that's it. We don't need to have vinyl, clogging up all the space in our house, our apartment, or whatever. In any event, let me go to a record here. A little bit a girl group sound here, a real true girl group sound from October of 1967. It's a record that I picked up several months ago. I'd never seen it before, but there's some pretty cool records on the In Sound record label.
Yeah, I have something on here by...
I Want You to Be a Boyfriend or something?
Yeah, well, the other side's called Boomerang, I think.
Right,
You know
that's
what I'm talking
correct,
about?
yeah.
That's like, you know who that is? That's that, who does I Want a Boyfriend and whatever. It's a duet.
I Want a Boyfriend.
Yeah, I want to, and then it's a
I
an
wanna,
era.
I
It's on,
wanna.
yeah. Who does that? I know Reid, you may know that, or Warren may know. I think Warren's requested it on my show before.
Yeah, I have
but
the
you
record.
know what I'm talking
Yeah, I have
about.
the record,
But
too.
I think they're also on this label, and I think I have like a kind of like a Sunshine Pop or something on this too, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, this is kind of like, if I recall, it's been a while since I played this record. It might be possibly like a Shangri-La's kind of a sound, but it's definitely a girl group sound, and it's a collectible 45, not easy to find, a bit pricey as well. It's by Cindy Lynn and the In Sounds from October of 67, and Johnny's ready to hit the button. It's called Meet Me at Midnight.
Meet me at midnight was the name of the place. Meet me at midnight was where I saw his face. Yeah, he was sitting at a table with a friend of mine. When he looked my way, I got that sign. Yeah, now to meet me at midnight, the patio. Yeah, and I had a feeling that's where he would go. Yeah, so I headed for the doorway to the other room. Yeah, and my guess was right, 'cause he showed up soon. He looked like a king, the rarest fella that I'd ever seen. And then with a smile, he said, "You're so sweet." It seemed like we were just meant to be. We were soon out dancing at the same old place, yeah. When another girl caught a glimpse of his face, yeah. Well, I never really knew I could feel so low, yeah, until I saw him walking to the patio, yeah. All right, yeah. Meet me at midnight, yeah. The name of the place, yeah. Meet me at midnight, well, there I saw his face.
Yes, Meet Me at Midnight. Now, Johnny, did we get up to 2,000 subscribers? Because if we did, then I guess midnight I'll be here in the Vinyl Treasure studio. But if not, I guess I'll be back in Freehold in the No Static Attic. Although not doing a show tonight on Top Shelf Oldies. I'm going to, relax. It's been a long weekend here. But that is a tune called Meet Me at Midnight. Once again, October of 67 on the In Sound record label by Cindy Lynn and the In Sounds. And hopefully, is my goal. I know Johnny feels the same way. We're bringing you tunes that maybe you've never heard before and discovering some of these great 45s that just kind of fell through the cracks. Records, so many records came out in the 60s that the programmers only had room for so many records on their surveys and so forth, and a lot of great records either didn't have distribution, didn't have the payola behind them to get them played on the radio. So it's people like Johnny and myself and other collectors that go out looking for store stock and records that just, went nowhere, regional records, and that's what we love to do. Johnny and I both love to play you records that may be new to you, but something that you're saying, wow, that's a cool record?
So it's funny because when I do the shows on, and again when we deal, and it's the copyright police. Somebody was questioning me about. I think it was Nick and the Knacks, the lead from Nick and the Knacks, Nick Sedano. He said to me, "What do you do about this? What are the police? You say you call it," and it's kind of like a gimmick I do, because what happens is sometimes I get requests for hit records. Not that I don't like to play records that we're familiar with listening to with our childhood or whatever, but sometimes when you're on certain platforms, like if you're on a radio station and they pay SoundScan, they send them money for royalties every month or whatever it is, that then you can go and you can play these records as long as you document and you send them what you played. But when I do this, I don't know what I'm going to play, and if I play a hit, which sometimes I do get, I'll get a notification on this platform of YouTube because you're playing a copyright content that you're not to, and if you don't stop playing it, we're going to shut your stream down. And that's the worst thing that could happen. And a lot of these records that you're hearing that were not big hits, of course, they don't even know what these records are. So, but sometimes the artificial intelligence mixes it up. Like I have a lot of people that are going to my old shows now, and it identified, and this really pissed me off. They identified, and the song, it's from like 1961 by the Shells, called Happy Holiday. Well, they identified that as some foreign song, okay, and they shut the video down. They said the video is blocked. And when you deal with YouTube, you're not dealing with a real person. You're dealing with, I don't know, whoever, artificial people that I can't even dispute it. So unfortunately, that show will not be seen again. They won't even let me remove the songs. Lots of times it does. So we're dealing with, that's like a different dynamic with all this. So sometimes people say, Johnny, can you play the Rolling Stones, or can you play Elvis Presley or the Beach Boys? I really can't play those songs because they'll shut me down in a heartbeat. I mean, if I was broadcasting over Oldies and More Network, the Oldies and More Network, I could play whatever I want. Like Dave can play whatever he wants when he's on Top Shelf Oldies. But when I'm on YouTube, I'm kind of constrained with that. But a lot of the stuff that I play anyway, I don't even know if the people are still alive. So a lot of these 60s records, of course, maybe some of the people are still around. But that's the unfortunate thing. But
well, I'm hoping that the copyright police, based on what you just said, doesn't get concerned about this next record, because it certainly doesn't sound like Otis Redding, but it is an Otis Redding song.
Well, yeah, but because who else did this one? Who did?
Etta James.
Etta James. So I have featured the Etta James song. Now it might have been flagged as copyright, but I don't do this to make money here on YouTube. Okay, so they just tell me, Johnny, we'll let you play the song, but you can't monetize it. We want all the ad revenue. And I'm like, well, listen.
We want money tonight, so send money.
You can do that, folks.
I'm just kidding.
By
the way, beside Etta James covering Otis Redding's song Security, I can't think of the name of the band, but the guys that eventually became Slade, and I do have that record in my collection as well. They had a cover version of Security as well, but this might be my favorite cover version of the Otis Redding song. Really? Of course, I'm a huge Otis Redding fan, but a group from Australia, Thane, Thrussell and Three.
Okay.
Terrible name for a group. Maybe Thane Thrussell is the name of the lead singer. I don't know how the hell they got that name, but nonetheless, they call themselves Thane, Thrussell and Three. And I'm actually playing, this record actually got some chart action in Australia, where the group is from. And this is on a Import 45, a CBS Import 45 out of Australia. The record came out in May of 1966. And I can tell you that the reaction I got for this particular record on several stations that I played this on, I haven't played this yet on Sirius XM, but I might have to do that in the near future. But we're going to play it tonight or this afternoon, depending on where you are, evening, morning. This is, once again, Thane Thrussell and Three, and their cover version of Otis Redding's song, Security.
Come on, give it to me, baby. That's right. Security, yeah. I want it in the evening and at night. Don't want no money, no, 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 no. Don't want no pain, and it's a pity I can't have you. Only you, baby. Alright. Come on, baby. Give me your heart, yeah. I want your loving now. Say you'll be mine, yeah. Come on now, baby. I need security. Security, yeah.
I need money to buy more records like that. Although, trust me, I'll be spending a couple $1,000 and tomorrow. Actually, I'll be buying some records. So, money's always good. Thank God we're healthy and well.
You're buying records tomorrow. Where you go?
I'm buying a record by I think it's by Harry Moon and the Fide. F-I-D-E.
Sounds like garagey.
No, it's actually like a kind of a sweet soul record.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah, $2,300 for that one.
Okay.
And I'm also, the other record I'm contemplating buying is a Kenny and the Cadets. Barbie, is it? On I forget the label it's on. That's the early Beach Boys record.
Yeah, that's on that pink. That's
right,
on that pink.
Right. I have that set aside also. He wants $1,000 for it.
I saw that in the. I think I saw that in the box.
Well,
the box that I was looking.
Maybe,
Didn't I give that to you?
I don't think so. Unless he had 2 copies.
Okay.
I don't think so. But in any event, that was, once again, from May of 1966. And that was Thrussell and Three. Once again, on an Australian Import 45 on CBS Records. And a pretty cool version. Cool version of Otis Redding's Security. Now we take it in 1968. I think we'll slow things down for a little bit. I know some people out there are maybe, if they're up and dancing in their rooms or wherever they happen to be, or they're driving, they're listening to us, and maybe they're stepping on the accelerator because they're excited by all these upbeat records. Let's slow it down a little bit over here. This is a record from 1968, and I think I got a pretty good deal on this record, believe it or not. I paid $900 for the record. I'm sorry, I paid $800 for this record. But from what I could see based on price guides and completed sales, this actually was a bargain. I think a relatively good bargain. It's on the Peachtree record label, Peachtree Records, and it's by Gorgeous George. Gorgeous George, once again, 1968, and it's a tune called It's Not a Hurting Thing.
It's not a hurting thing to let you know I love you, but it's a hurting thing to know you don't care. But I'll stick around just like a clown. Oh, just like a clown. You're not the maker. No, you're not. You're neither the creator, for God made us with his own perfect art. For words spoken wrong will make lovers drift apart, and words spoken right will mend two lovers' hearts, but bitter words are life. Oh, like a funny toy now, but sweeter words can mean oh so much. Oh, it's not a good thing, baby, baby, to let you know I love you. But it's a hurting thing, child, to know you don't care. But I'll stick around just just like a clown. Oh, I know, baby, and you know, baby, that it's a hurting thing. Can't no one stop me from loving you, baby. I love you, baby. It's a hurting thing, darling. Can't no one tell me I don't love you, baby.
The people jumping for joy the most, it looks like Rob Balboni and the Bopper Boy. I know he digs those soulful ballads as well. So see if you jump up and down, folks, you get your name mentioned on the broadcast. And of course, again, Johnny, I know Johnny is seeing more of chat. So if somebody said hello to me and I didn't get back to them, I apologize. I might have been looking off screen, digging for the next 45 that I'm going to play. But that last one you heard was on the Peachtree record label out of Atlanta, Georgia. And it's a tune that came out in 1968. Gorgeous George. And a tune called It's Not a Hurting Thing. Great soulful ballad. I'm Dave the Rave, by the way, if you just tuned in. I'm a guest of Johnny G's. I'm here in the Vinyltreasure studios where everything sounds great. I'm here with the legendary Johnny G. And please, if you like what you're hearing, click like and most of all, subscribe to the channel. Because if that doesn't go well, I'm history.
Well,
I'm never going to be allowed
Dave,
back.
we're 18 short of 2,000. We're 18 short of 2,000 subscribers, so we've picked up some subscribers.
Well, listen,
today.
if I get us to 2,000 after before 9 o'clock and while dinner, does that mean we get a little bit of a part two?
I don't know.
I'll get on Facebook. I'll demand that my listeners subscribe to the channel.
How it goes. You know, I got to say that Brian Latham is in our YouTube chat room, and Brian used to critique a lot of my soul shows.
I remember that.
Remember that?
Definitely. I used to love reading his review.
He says he's back into buying records again. That's good to hear, Brian. Hope you are
Not
doing
really,
well.
Brian, unless you got a good job and a big bank account. The records you're hearing tonight, they're going to bankrupt you.
Well, no, but I'm pretty sure we have a lot of we have some Northern Soulers in our YouTube chat room there that have actually they found out about the show and there's some diehards like Tony Crosby they're up in the wee hours of the morning listening.
I know.
So this actually kind of fits into their dinner time, so they're tuned into the program late evening. So that was really the whole basis for even doing this. So because a lot of people, they can find out about the show this way and and again, not everything that I play, and of course, and also same as you, are all Northern Soul type things, but we go into other parts of soul that we like, Southern Soul, Belgian popcorn, all those type of things.
I played a rockabilly record before.
Well, yeah, Dave is a little bit more diverse in his sounds. Although I've been featuring early on my 50s show, I've been getting requests for early like white vocal groups that have good harmony, so I will feature those. I want to feature straight pop records, but it's kind of like a shotgun blast of things that we play.
And I want to repeat something that I said early in the broadcast, because there were some Northern Soul collectors out there, soul collectors, Northern Soul, and they have collections that perhaps blow my collection away. And I mentioned earlier that I recognize that there's a lot of great collectors out there. Not one person has everything. So even if you're a collector out there that has this collection that I would be extremely jealous of, I recognize that you're out there. I know you're out there. I'm not on the radio. Johnny G, I'm sure, feels the same way. We're not here telling you that we have the best collections. We probably don't. We have great collections. But there's people out there that have better collections.
Yes.
And I respect that. And I hope I played something that maybe they're discovering that they don't have. But I know that I don't want anybody to think that I'm here thinking that I've got the best collection. I have a good collection, but I respect so many of you out there that have these incredible collections.
And again, because they're probably not doing what we do. So there's a lot of people that have better collections than we do, but it's not like they're publicizing their records like we do. And we would love to have a lot of things in our collection that probably will never will. But again, it's the chase that we do for these things that is kind of like that kind of gives, I don't know, what do we say about that? That kind of like gives us the
thrill.
The thrill, the initiative to do that.
It's like a record that you want, and then when you finally find that record, okay, I got it. Now you forget about it almost, and you're on to the next hunt.
And believe me, there's records that we don't even know that we have in our collection. How many times do you tell me?
Right.
Yeah, you told me, wait, I played a record last night. You said, wait a minute, I have that record, be it not original or whatever, but
I don't think it's original.
Because Dave doesn't play. See, Dave is notorious for not playing his B-sides of 45's. Okay?
I'm guilty.
He's guilty. I'm here playing a record one day by Clarence Carter, okay? And he's driving along, and he almost goes off the road. He goes, Johnny, where'd you get that? I don't think I have that Clarence Carter record. I said, you do have that record.
Well, the one that I remember most of all that made me drive off the side of the road, you played this great Soul 45, and it was the flip side of Who's Making Love by Johnny Taylor.
Oh, I'm trying.
Oh,
you never heard that until
I never played that until you played it on the
geez.
radio. Of
Okay.
course, when I got home, I pulled it off the wall immediately. Thankfully, it was filed because I have maybe 60,000 records that are not filed. You know, and sometimes I got to go through boxes and boxes to try and find the record.
Well, listen, welcome to the club. I'm hoping Dave the Rave can help me file to help me put them in order here.
I was hoping your sister could help me file, but that's another story.
Well, she could do that.
Hello, Tony, just in case you're listening.
Oh, she might be listening. She's been tuning into the program lately.
Tony,
She told me my legs looked thinner last
John
night.
has a beautiful sister, very, very lovely, who moved to New Jersey. She's closer to me now. But a record that I think you, several months ago, asked me if I had this next record. Somebody, it might have been Leonard Mancini, or somebody, might have been Tony Crosby, but somebody had requested this record of you, and I think you did not have this record.
That's correct.
So I remembered that, and I put it in my box. It's on turntable number 2. It is on the Sandbag record label. It's a record from June of 1967. It's by the Epitome of Sound, and it's a tune called You Don't Love Me.
It's just the way you said it, I love you. And anything
Got to send it out
That
to
is
Mark Knowles because
That's a great record.
I
Jeez.
love his comment that he made. He says, "This is an all-time great. This brings tears to my eyes. So many great memories of Wigan Casino, the greatest soul club of all time." I've never been there, but of course it's a legendary club, and no doubt about that. So, Mark, I love your comment and hope everybody dug that particular record there. Once again, from June of '67 on Sandbag Records, a New York record label, the Epitome of Sound, in a tune called "You Don't Love Me." But we love that record, don't we, Johnny?
That's a great record, I have to say. I didn't, and was that a recent purchase?
No, that's a record.
You had that in your collection?
I bought that from one of your favorite collectors, Barry Schultz.
Oh, did you really? Okay.
Barry, you owe me some money, baby. It was. I think I got a good. I mean, I bought it a long time ago.
I'm sure. I mean, the only thing I have on this label is I have Vito and the Salutations, which is a great record.
I'd rather be with you.
I best be with
going.
you. I best be going is another good record on that label. But
I paid $215 for that record.
Well, that's probably a great deal.
I think that record goes for a lot more money now.
Well, that's a good deal.
Once again, the Epitome of Sound and "You Don't Love Me," but I hope you're going to love the next girl, the next record, which is called "Ain't Got the Love of One Girl." This is a 45 that came out on that Philadelphia record label, Arctic Records, which was a label started by, Jimmy Woods was, or Georgie Woods, I think. The guys, disc jockeys in Philadelphia, they were involved with this particular label. And they had a lot of great soul 45s. In fact, I'll try to squeeze in another great, or maybe I have a couple of Arctic 45s I can play for you before we end this program, unless we do later, whatever. But this is a record from March of '69. Once again, the group out of Philadelphia, the Ambassadors, has great records on other labels as well, like Atlantic Records. But this is their Arctic 45. And once again, it's called "Ain't Got the Love of One Girl," and in parentheses, "On My Mind." It's a tune written by Barbara Mason. Soulful sound, and it definitely has that Philadelphia sound, right, Johnny?
That's it. Sound of Philadelphia here on the Vinyl Treasure Show.
That is the Ambassadors on Arctic. Tune called Ain't Got the Love of One Girl on My Mind.
I need that record. I don't have it.
I think I might have an extra copy.
You know, they got quite a few releases on Arctic Records here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I see. Well, one of them is a promo there. But I definitely don't have 150. I have 147, which is I Really Love You. And I have I Dig You Baby, which is 153. This is 150.
Well, that record, I paid $500 for the record. So if I have an extra, are you still interested?
Well, maybe we could do a trade. You know, I got a duplicate on Donnie Young.
That ain't worth $500 to me. But you might have some other things there on Cobblestone and you know.
Oh well, listen. I'll definitely trade Garage for Soul.
All right. Of course, money is always good to have.
Nobody has that one though. Reid paid $100 for his copy of the Arctic label.
He has this record?
Yeah, he says he's got it. I think he said that.
He's gonna. Well, does he still have it, or did he send it in the mail? But let's not talk about his private stuff. I guess we'll drop that topic. He's probably got an email in your box. That, listen, don't pay $500. I'll give it to you for $350. But anyways, good record though. Once again, from March of '69. Out of Philadelphia, they're the Ambassadors on Arctic, and the tune called Ain't Got the Love of One Girl on My Mind, the Barbara Mason tune. And there really and truly was a lot of great records on Arctic, and I do have several in my box. Hopefully we can get to some of those. But, you know, you mentioned earlier that Edmund Williams, who I always enjoy his requests. Edmund, when I listen to Johnny's show on Wednesday night, I always love when he plays a record. He says it was an Edmund Williams request. And I know he's known for wanting to hear both sides of the record. Mm-hmm. And by the way, Edmund, I do a show, and I should mention this for everybody. Once again, I'm on most Sunday nights on TopShelfOldies.org. Mm-hmm. My show is called Relics and Rarities. It's 9 p.m. till midnight Eastern Time. And I do have a website, DaveTheRave.com, where I've got some of my syndicated shows archived. And, of course, if you have satellite radio while we're eating dinner here, whether I come back or not come back, but either way, if you have satellite radio, my segment my main segment on the Tommy James Show will be coming up around 6:15 to 6:25 p.m. Eastern Time. That's Sirius XM 60s Gold, Channel 73. I've got a rare Soul 45 that I'm playing tonight with Tommy James on the show. But Edmund, Johnny mentioned that you like the SAR record label. So here's another pretty hard to find 45 on SAR. It is by Jackie Ross, and it's SAR 129. Jackie Ross, and I'll send it out to you, Edmund. It's called Hard Times.
Hard Times.
Just a year ago, I thought things would work out fine. Mama warned me that things might get a little rough. I found out Mama was lying. Things couldn't get no rougher. I know they couldn't get no tougher. The last time I had a brand new hat, the people thought the world was flat. Mama tried to get me not to marry. She said, honey, don't you be so blind. I too was a fool, cause I married out of school. I found out Mama was lying. Things couldn't get no rougher. I know they couldn't get no tougher. The last time I had a new pair of shoes, Nat Cole was still singing the blues. Now I know what Mama went through. I know just how she felt, because it's been a long, long time since I had a square meal under my belt. Well, I don't know what my man's gonna do. Whatever he do is just fine. But I feel like going back to Mama, because I found that Mama was lying. Couldn't get no rougher. I know they couldn't get no tougher. The last time I had a new dress on, my feet wasn't even born. Things couldn't get no rougher. money from the bone.
Hard time.
I had a brand new coat. I know was still working on his boat.
Hard time.
I had watch on my arm cream. I was still on the phone.
Hard time.
SAR 45. Once again, Jackie Ross and a tune called Hard Times. And yes, that's the same Jackie Ross that did Selfish One.
Yeah, she sounds a lot younger there too. Of course, this is early. Selfish One was what, 65 maybe on Chess Records, I think, which I love that record too. By the way, I featured.
Oh, it was a
that
great
on there.
record. And the weird thing is there was another follow-up to Selfish One. I can't remember the title of that particular song, but there was a follow-up to that, which was almost like a duplicate of Selfish One. It's almost like they did the backing track.
It was like, but I think that was a B-side to something she did. But you're correct. It's the exact. It's the instrumental track to Selfish One, but she's singing something else. Yes.
Right. And of course, she also did, of course, Jerk and Twine on Chess in 65, which is another great record. So she had a lot of cool records, and that's maybe her hardest, though. Once again, from April of 62, Jackie Ross on the SAR label. And if Edmund, if you're still out there, that's going out to you, because supposedly you are the SAR record man.
Yeah, Leonard said New Lover. That was the name of it.
Oh, New Lover, that's correct,
That's
yes.
it. Yep. Thank you, Leonard, for that.
Yes. Anyway, let's go to what we have lined up next, and it's a record that it's a pretty rare 45, which I actually got long time ago for $20, but I know this goes for like $300 to $500. And of course, he just recently entered Rock and Roll Heaven. I'm talking about Maurice Williams. So this might be his hardest 45 on the DuShon record label. It's a record that came out in the summer of 1966. Maurice Williams. And the tune is called Being Without You.
Sugar lips, girl, you're so fine. What you trying to do to me, girl? You're driving me out of my mind. Wish you were here with me today after my sleepless nights. Wish you were here with me so I could see the light. 'Cause it's so hard, yes, being without you. I can't go on, living without you. My mama, baby, I'll come running to you, 'cause no one can do to me. Girl, talking about the things you do, and it's so hard, yes, girl, I'm without you. I can't go on, living without you. Girl, I'm without you. Lonely hours, yeah, 'cause I'm without you. Truth, my mama, forgive me if I made you cry, but I was weak, yes I was, and temptation was strong, but it's so hard, yes, being without you. I can't go on, no, living without you. I need you, baby, now. Need you to talk to. I need you, baby, now. Need you to love.
The late Maurice Williams, once again on that DuShon record label.
It's a great record there.
Summer of 66 there. Maurice Williams, and he wrote the record as well. He's the writer of that particular song as well. Maurice Williams, a tune called Being Without You. the Dessous Records, which was a label out of Louisiana, if I recall, wasn't it, Johnny?
Yeah, it looks like
Yeah,
actually
New Orleans. New Orleans, yeah.
Toussaint and Seahorn. So there is that Toussaint,
That New Orleans connection, yeah.
connection here on this.
But boy, we're bringing back memories. Mark Knowles must be a good dancer. He's mentioning that a lot of these tracks are bringing back memories of why he traveled 650 miles a weekend to get to the soul clubs. I mean, that's more than I traveled to go see my girlfriend. So he must be one heck of a dancer. That's all I could say.
Well, it's funny because I think, about the Northern Soulers now. Remember, that phenomenon was going back to the early 1970s. So, and I think maybe because you see all those records, those soul records that sell from the 70s and 80s that are going for like $2,000 and $3,000, but they really can't compare to these sounds. I think.
I mean,
these are like called old school to them, now.
While America was falling in love with disco, the kids over in England, they were dancing to these rare, obscure soul 45s. So those kids in England, a heck of a lot smarter than our kids over here, I guess. Kudos to the UK record base, soul base, that really kept a lot of these black artists in business, because a lot of these black artists, were just, sitting at home doing nothing.
I think they ended up going over to the UK,
where they were treated like heroes. Where over here, they just kind of like fell by the wayside. So thank you, UK, for keeping these great black artists, keeping them alive and food on their tables and so forth. But once again, Maurice Williams, Being Without You. Next, we go to a record from 1968. And this particular record, this artist was also out of Philadelphia. That's my recollection. He was a Philly guy.
Yeah, back to Philly here.
A record arranged by Joe Renzetti and Bobby Martin, who, of course, did a lot of work in Philadelphia. The artist was Frankie Beverly and the Butlers, or I should say Frank Beverly and the Butlers, on the Gamble record label. And I have a lot of stuff by Frank Beverly on many different labels, but this is definitely one of his hard-to-find 45s. This is not a cheap record, but it's, once again, a tune called If That's What You Wanted.
Since I
and I wanted it, so I bought it.
Yeah, well, I'm sure that wasn't a cheapo
That
either.
was $850 for that record.
There you go.
Frank Beverly and the Butlers. Now, if I would have played that for you, John, I said, John, would you pay $200 for that record?
Yes, I would.
Would you have paid $400?
That's like
Borderline,
I'm on the
right?
borderline that I would I might have indulged compared to, I look at it like all together. You know what I'm saying? I look at the when I used to buy records, I looked at the whole package. So I knew that I overpaid for one, but if I got another one where I thought was a really good price, and I ended up buying the more expensive.
Sounds like something we would say about a woman. We look at the whole package. He has to think about that.
True.
And
No,
the ladies would say the same about us.
You're true. That is true. Okay, that is true. But again, if it's even, if it's split down the middle, that's how I like it. Split down the middle is what I say.
And I'd like to remind you that in case you're wondering, well, who the heck is this guy in Johnny G's Vinyltreasure studio? I'm Dave the Rave with all the records you crave. And, well, that's just what we say. It's radio talk. But, of course, if you want to contact me, I'd love to hear from the listeners. Johnny says he's got listeners. Well, I know he does. I'm just joking. But my email is dave@davetherave.com. And, of course, my Facebook page where I do post scans of the records. I only get to show the records when I'm here with Johnny G because he's got the ideal setup. But my website, or I should say my Facebook page, is Dave the Rave, Relics and Rarities. And please, if you're just tuned into the broadcast, like the page, subscribe. We need subscribers. If we get it to 2,000, folks, I might be back tonight.
So, Dave, though, you forgot to mention that your show is also in syndication. You do a syndicated show, too.
I do it, right. I do a syndicated show. It's on about 20 different stations. Some of them are AM stations. Some are FM, some are AM and FM, and some are internet only. And, of course, the show airs on multiple different stations, but they're all archived. The syndicated show is archived at my website, davetherave.com. There are many years of shows, and, it's going to be a little bit of soul, garage. The show is about 50% non-hits. Great stuff like I'm playing for you on this broadcast, and then 50% cool hits. When I say cool hits, like somebody once called me up on their birthday, and they wanted to hear Renee and Renee, Le Mucho Que Te Quiero.
Well, somebody believe it or not, somebody requested that on my show, too.
Well, I played about 30 seconds of it, and that was it.
And you took it off?
Even though I bought the record when it came out, so go figure.
I found that in the wild for 5 cents.
But we do thank you for those of you that are tuned in today to the broadcast. And, of course, and listen, in case I am back tonight, the only way to find that out is if you're subscribed to the channel.
Well, yeah, because if we do decide to come back, you'll see I'll post up the show on my YouTube page, so it'll be there. You'll see the notification. If you don't see anything, then we're not.
But call your friends that love this kind of music. Tell them to click and subscribe, because when we're eating dinner, I might be out the door, I might be back, but if we get to 2,000, there's a better chance, not a guarantee, but a better chance that I might be back playing some more great 45s out of my collection. And speaking of great 45s, as I think Brian Latham indicated in the chat room, but we talked about this before, a lot of these Shrine 45s are like holy grail type of 45. It's a highly collectible soul record label. So from 1966, on that Shrine record label, and as you can see, other than the X's on the label, it's pretty clean labels. It's a group called the Enjoyables and a song called Shame.
Oh, you And now I know it was all a big show. Too much in love, I played things fair. And now I know that you really didn't care. Shame on you. Shame, shame on you. An actress, yes, you could be the best. You played the major role and captured my soul. The leading part, you played from the start, twisted my mind and broke my heart. Shame, shame on you. Shame for treating me so bad. Shame for the tears that I shed. Shame for making me feel. Shame, 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 shame on you. Shame, shame on you. Now in this world there is someone who will turn around and do the same to you. And then you too will have a broken heart, and someone else will have the leading part. Shame, shame, shame. Shame, shame, shame. Oh, so shame, shame, shame.
Got to dig that record. That's what I
Shrine.
say.
Shrine Records there, boy.
A lot of good records on that Shrine record label, which is why, it's such a highly collectible label. But that is a group called The Enjoyables, arranged by Dale Warren, produced by Carl Kidd. Carl Kidd wrote the song as well. And that is Shrine 118, in case you can't read the fine print.
How many were on here? Like 20-something records?
I think there was like 20-some records.
26 or 27 records on the Shrine label?
But that's The Enjoyables, and I hope you enjoyed the record. I know I dug it. The song was called Shame from 1966 for that particular record. Although the next record coming up is 1968. It's on a label which, again, had a lot of cool soul 45s and a lot of cool records in general. It's a good collectible record label, Dore.
Lou Bedell, Dore Records.
Right. I know you run that label. And
Yes, I do run that label. Actually, that label brings back memories to me. I love to watch that feather move around on the turntable like that, because when I was a kid, the record that my aunt had in 1959 was a Jan and Dean record on this label called Baby Talk that I used to like as a kid. And I used to like watching that. I used to like to watch the logos spin on the turntable. Don't ask me why. Maybe it was hypnotic or something.
Well,
Evidently it has
Well,
been.
I have some Dore record like that Puffs record you like. I'm going to play that on our show tonight, Johnny, because in case you haven't seen the breaking news, somebody says, "Is that right? Could you check that? We're only 3 away from 2000."
That can't be, because I didn't see that. How could you see that? I didn't see that. Let me see.
We're checking the count. Call your friends, get your neighbors.
I'm gonna
Brian, call your soul collectors.
No, it's not. We're not 2 from that. We are, right now on my count, it says I have analytics.
We're
It's,
looking it up.
No,
folks.
it's 1987, so I'm 13 short.
All right, we're 13 short. This is like those old telephones,
I'll tell you what. If I can get to 2,000 subscribers, and maybe we'll come back up here.
But if we come back up here, here's the promise I have to make to Johnny. We cut it off at midnight. Last time we went till 2 in the morning, but I think in all fairness to the family over here, I'll stay on longer than midnight. But if Johnny wants to shut at midnight, I think that's a fair ask of Johnny.
We'll see. I have to get to 2,000 subscribers. I won't do it unless I get to 2,000 subscribers. I'll make the decision then.
Well, I may have to. Well, I may have to get on Facebook and let people know that we need like 10 or so more here. But because I would have done that before. But, folks, maybe you could do it. Sean Edwards, who just recently subscribed. Well, everybody call a friend. Listen, Johnny, close your ear. Could you put your hands over your ears just for a second? They can see this. You have to actually do it. You have to put your hands like this over your ears. I don't care if you call your grandmother or your 8-year-old grandkids. Have them subscribe.
And then unsubscribe.
No,
I have 1,987. That's what it says.
We need 2,000.
He thinks it's 1,097. It's round. No, it's 1987 in real time. I get to see this in real time. It tells me that I have had.
Randy says he's seeing 198.
Yeah, 1987. I said that.
Oh,
1987.
I see. They don't see that last number.
You don't see the last digit. So what you can do is hover your mouse over that, and you'll see the number of subscribers. That's like the rounded up number. So you're thinking that it's 1987. You're missing that other digit. So there you go. That's
Randy. Could you call Hi-Fi Tim? Maybe he wants to subscribe.
I don't think he could, to be honest with you. I don't think.
Oh, so if we're one short, then he could have been that one guy.
There's 2 people that cannot subscribe to this station here.
Well, I think I know who they are.
Okay, there's 2 of them. You know.
One is Savoy.
Well, you know who they are.
Anyway, listen. There's a reason why I brought this topic up about getting to 2,000. Okay. And the reason I bring that topic up because I believe that where there's a will, there's a way. And that happens to be sitting on turntable number 2. It's a Dore 45 from 1968. It's by Eddy Cole.
Here we go.
My feet are tired from walking, honey, looking for you. My legs are tired from standing on the corner. Baby, oh, my eyes are tired, honey, watching for you. My ears are burning, trying to pick the sound up of you. I know where there's a will, there's a way. Oh, baby. Ooh, I know where there's a will, there's a way. And to your heart, oh yeah. Woo. My fingertips are sore from dialing your number. My mind's tied up thinking about you, honey. Baby, oh, my arms are tied from reaching out for you. I love you, darling, and I ain't ashamed to tell you. Oh, man, I know where there's a will, there's a way. I know where there's a will, there's a way. And to your heart, oh yeah. I said I keep holding on. I said I'll never let you go. Ooh, wherever you lead. I said I'll follow you. Fingertips are so proud, darling, number. Oh, my legs so tight. Ooh, standing on the corner.
Well, nobody can argue, Johnny, that that's not a cool 45 because it's by Eddy Cole, but with a K. Eddy Cole, K-O-O-L.
Yeah, Eddy Cole with a K. Truly cool. DJ copy not for sale. I wonder if he's Eddie Williams. He gets the and Robert Byrd gets the other writer credit. Interesting.
Yes, and it's arranged and conducted by Bobby Day, who was Robert Byrd.
That's
wasn't
correct.
he?
That's right.
So there you go, folks. Where else can you hear these records? Except for from Dave the Rave and the Vinyltreasure Network. Man, we're closing in on that 2,000 subscribers. So I'm telling you, folks, Amy King, Amy King's got to be the most popular person in her neighborhood. So Amy's on the phone right now. She's calling up. She's getting a hold of people. Is Charlene listening?
Yeah, Charlene is around. She's actually, she says it's distracted. She says when she listens, she can't do her work.
Her work? What's her work?
Well, she's her work for me.
That work.
That work she's doing. So, but she's got, because she likes to sit back and watch the show. So,
well, listen, folks, reach out because I got a lot of cool COOL records to play. And I want to get them played. So let's get this up to 2,000 subscribers. And you know what? Johnny deserves to have a lot of these people because he put together a beautiful studio sound system here. And like myself, we both have been collecting records since we're little. It's been a labor of love and a lifetime of collecting.
Lifetime of collecting, yes. That is.
So, and the funny thing is, Johnny says this, and I say it, but it's true. Between things that we have to do, actually, you being retired, you may have some greater opportunity, but for the most part, we buy a record, and here's how it goes. And you collectors out there might know what I'm talking about. I'm listening to a record. I usually know within 20 seconds if I want the record. I could kind of tell immediately. So it's like, okay, I want it. And I don't really get to hear that whole record back until I'm actually doing a show. And I've been buying so many records, especially 2024 is going to be a record year for what I spent on records. Thanks sadly because Greg Zorg passed away, and Greg had this incredible collection. So I'm seeing records that I've never seen before or that I've known but I never found a copy to buy, and now these records were available. So, I'm buying these records, and I must have hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of records that I've bought. And, when I come over here to Johnny's, I'm playing records I haven't had a chance to even play on my Sunday night show.
Yeah.
So that's why I never want to leave here. But in any event, let's go to the next record. This is from 1968, just like that Eddy Cole record. And quite frankly, I don't remember this sound, but I think it might be kind of a soulful ballad perhaps. But I remember digging on this record and thinking, I've never seen the record before. It's by Billy McGregor. I know I've got another record or two by Billy McGregor, maybe one other record.
I mean, it looks Chicago to me. But
I agree. It does look Chicago. It's on the Mellow Tone record label. Billy McGregor, probably the first record on the label. It says MW1000, maybe the only record on the label. Who knows? But it's Billy McGregor. He wrote the song as well, and it's a song called It's My Turn Now.
Every chance there is, just to see, darling, how far you would go. And you did just what I thought you would do. And I'm not going to waste my time over you. Darling, it's my turn now. Oh, it's my turn, oh yeah. Darling, I even let
Billy McGregor there from 1968 on that Mellotone record label, which we believe, Johnny believes, and I would agree with him, probably a Chicago record. It's got that kind of a look to it. Billy McGregor and a tune called It's My Turn Now. And once again, you're listening to Vinyl Treasures with Johnny G. I'm here in the Vinyl Treasure Network. Well, I'm in the studio. I'm Dave the Rave. And, of course, I'm always honored to be here, Johnny, because I love the setup you have, and the sound is always great. And I'm seeing people in here. Again, I don't want anybody to think of that I'm rude, because I'm digging for records in the boxes, trying to figure out what I'm going to play next, and I'm not able to look at everybody who's popped in the chat. I see Randy Price from Top Shelf Oldies.
No,
there.
there's a bunch of people that tune into the listeners of mine that tune into the shows that I do. Stormy just came in. Nathan's a big listener to the program.
And, of course, I recognize Tony Crosby, Rob Balboni, Lenny Guerrette,
yeah,
Darryl.
they're always they're my diehard listeners that tune into the program.
So Ryan Martinez is one of your diehards too. I believe,
yeah, that is Adrian. He is another one. These are big fans of the program here, and I so thankful that they enjoy the show and tune in. And there's others too that are not vocal that are tuning into the program. Also, they send me emails privately about the thing, and that's what's good about this. And believe it, really, Dave, that most people don't communicate with the disc jockeys. So
I agree.
It's just a small percentage of people that do that.
I know Edmund Williams, for example, he's not very active in chat today, but I know you said he's listening to the program.
He listens. He also a lot of people come back on the chat. So that, it's like, just think about it. We used to tune in to WABC when we're driving in the car. We'd stop and go into the store and go back and listen on the radio, change the station to what? What's the other station? WNBC was another station.
WMCA,
right?
you're thinking
MCA.
of. The good guys.
So there you go. We go back and forth.
No doubt about it.
And that's what happens here. And I'm glad that YouTube actually gives me some cool stats about.
They give you great stats.
I even know my age, the ages of the people that tune in, because I think when they ask you these questions when you kind of register with them. And I don't know if it's how accurate it is, but it's something, to measure it.
And for those of you that would like to contact me, comments on what I'm doing here on the Vinyl Treasure Show here, my email is dave@davetherave.com. And, John, you got a pretty easy email also.
Oh, yeah, it's vinyltreasures@aol.com. That is the contact. It's for requests, and also for I get so many emails about just things in general, about music, about other things, and when people send me their memories of stuff. So it's really, really good that, and this is a cool outlet for a lot of people I know on Wednesday nights, Thursday afternoons, and Saturday nights. And here we are on a Sunday afternoon, spinning Dave the Rave 45's.
Grooving on a Sunday afternoon.
Lots of cool soul records that I am looking for.
And once again, if you have Sirius XM radio, please tune in to Sirius XM 60s Gold. I'm on the show right now doing some talking, but I mean, my main Record Geek segment is coming up somewhere between 6:15 and 6:30 p.m. Eastern Time. So that's Sirius XM 60s Gold. It's the Tommy James Show, and I am the in-house resident record geek. And I got a very cool Surf 45, rare Surf 45 that I'll be playing on the show today. This next record is actually a very recent acquisition, something I got off of Discogs. It's on a record label that I know is highly collectible. Johnny, I'm sure you collect a lot of good soul.
Loma Records.
Right, different things on the Loma record label. This is from March of 1967. Both sides are pretty good, but I clearly like this side better, and it's actually listed as the plug side, so to speak. It's got the stars on the record label. It's by Tony and Marro and the Chariots, and it's a tune that is arranged and conducted by Sammy Lowe, which is a pretty well-known name. But what also attracted me to the record was that it's written by Phil Medley. okay, who is wrote a lot of he's behind a lot of great 60s records. I can't think of all of them. I think, was he behind Twist and Shout perhaps? I'm not sure, but I know that Phil Medley, I have his name on a lot of great 60s records, and he's on this one as well. Once again, March of 67 on the Loma record label, Tony Amaro and the Chariots, and a tune called Hey Baby. Tony Amaro and the Chariots, once again, from March of 67 on the Loma record label. That Phil Medley tune, who, by the way, Randy Price confirms that Phil Medley was involved with that Twist and Shout record. So my memory hasn't faded yet. And I think, as somebody mentioned, Randy Price has had a feel of a Rocky Fellers record. I definitely would agree with that as well.
And like Hang On Sloopy too, a little bit there in that record.
And it's an affordable record. I mean, I know I've played a lot of records that are sky high in the price, but I think I paid like $100 for this record recently, so that's at least much more affordable compared to many of the other records I've played for you all today. But that's Tony Amaro, the Chariots, and Hey Baby. Day of the Rave with all the records you crave. Here with my good buddy, Mr. Johnny G. Johnny Gossard, I call him sometimes, because if you don't listen to if you like group harmony and those early sounds, I got to be honest with you, I don't know anybody's got a better collection of those 50s and early 60s, those doo-wop and group harmonies, than my buddy Johnny G. And he's so passionate and about that particular music. So it's a great Saturday night listen. Begins at 9 p.m. Eastern time. And again, if you're subscribing to the channel, you'll get a link to it. So if you like that early stuff, he's the man. He's definitely the guy to tune in. Show goes from 9 until midnight. But I dare say that I don't recall too many times that he's ever stopped at midnight. There's usually 30 to 60 minutes of overtime.
Yeah, well, that's because I get so many requests is what it does. And I'm going to, some people send me bunches of requests, and I get to pick one or two out of those bunches that I do. But that's a good thing because it helps me program the show. And although sometimes they say, well, Johnny, we want to hear you pick out stuff we've never heard before. So that's fun to do also. But I think when I get listener participation, I think it kind of gives a
it's a competition. The listeners are like trying to come up with the best request.
Yeah, it is. But and the thing is that it shows, at least in my chat room, it is. Oh, they like when they start commenting on the records, and so then you have a real winner there, I think. And sometimes, I listen. Hey, I leave it up to me if somebody plays something that I'm maybe not really like that record you said by Renee and Renee. You might say, well, I normally don't like to play that all the time. Not that you can't play it once in a blue moon or whatever, but but still, it's a lot of fun. And the name of the game is fun, folks, is what we're doing. That's what we're having here on a Saturday afternoon. As we continue here.
How about fun on a Sunday afternoon?
Oh, Sunday afternoon. See, I'm so used. You see that? I'm so used to saying. As on my 78 show, I'm so used to saying 45, and they're like 78, 78.
By the way, I noticed that. Let's see, who was I just saw? Sean Edwards says, hey, can we get a Dusty Springfield out of one of those boxes? Well, while we're on maybe this break coming up, I will tell you that, Sean, I don't think I brought it with me, but I played on my weekend syndicated show, which you could hear. What time is it here? Let's see, 5:38. You could hear it between 6 and 7 p.m. Eastern time, which is 22 minutes from now. If you go to flaglerbeachradio.com, my syndicated show, I play in that show one of Jackie DuShannon's hardest 45's, I believe. It's on Liberty. It's Jackie DuShannon. It's arranged by Jack Nietzsche. I play a song called It's Love Baby 24 Hours a Day. But I don't think I have that in my box. I can't bring, I got 130,000 plus 45's. Obviously, I had to grab a selection of records. But that record, It's Love Baby 24 Hours a Day by Jackie DuShannon, which is a great early Jackie DuShannon tune from '64. That is coming up on my syndicated show, which is going to be playing in 22 minutes from now on flaglerbeachradio.com. Anyway, back to what I do have with me today, and I will check if I have that Jackie DuShannon with me. I'll play it, but I don't think I brought that particular record with me. But thank you, Sean. I like the way you think. And, of course, we love to hear what you're all thinking, so please comment away in the chat room, or if you'd like, simply send an email, dave@davetherave.com. Of course, Jackie DuShannon was on Liberty Records, and that may be how Sean Edwards got to thinking about Jackie DuShannon, because the next record from 1964 is by a group called the Furies, arranged by Gene Page and produced by Jimmy Mack, and I dig this record. It's the Furies, 64, on the Liberty record label. And it's not you or me, John, because we don't have everything, but we've got a lot. But the song is called The Man Who Has Everything.
Okay, here we go.
This big old house don't cut no ice with me. If I can't live with a wife and a family, they say I'm the man who has everything. But if they only knew, all my friends says I'm the living in. But all I want is a girl who'll be more than friends. They at all without your love. 'Cause there's one thing a man's got to have, something that money never can buy. And I'll trade all my riches for the love of a girl who'll stand by me until the day I die. Wealth and fame, oh, I give them up today. Just say the word, and darling, till we're old and gray, this man will have everything. 'Cause my everything is you. Yeah, my everything is you. My everything is you. Everything is you.
That's a 45. That's got the sound that I dig. I love that kind of a sound there. The Furies, once again on the Liberty record label, and a tune called The Man Who Has Everything. And my apologies, I was talking about Jackie DuShon, or Dusty Springfield, I should say, and I guess Sean Edwards was asking about Dusty Springfield, not Jackie DuShon. I was talking about a record I played on my syndicated show, a Hard 45 by Jackie DuShon. But hey, thank you for the Sean Edwards for the thought about Dusty Springfield. I don't think I have any rare Dusty Springfield with me for this particular show.
Well, what is rare? What would be a rare record? I don't have. Well, I have Dusty Springfields, but
yeah, I just realized that I got my microphone. I'm looking for the first time. I noticed that it's like right in front of my face over there.
Which?
The microphone. People wonder, is that Dave hiding behind the mic?
Oh yeah, no. It's listen, but again, you're a disc jockey. You're going to be behind the mic.
I'm moving and grooving left and right, folks. But anyway, hey, listen, we've got about another 15, 16 minutes to go. What's our subscriber count at, John?
Let me see here. Let me see, what did we have? It was still at 1988, Dave. There you go.
1988. We need 12 more to go, folks, to hear what else is in my goodie boxes over here. But I'll work on it. We got a little bit of dinner coming up, and I'm going to tune into Sirius XM 60s Gold. I like to hear how things came out, because we record the show on a Wednesday, and I don't hear like the final put together of it, until I actually get to hear it on the radio. So we'll listen to that. In the meantime, I'm going to post something on Facebook. All of you, post something on your social media. Try to get people to come up, and with 12 more subscribers. And man, I get to play some more goodies out of my box behind me and to the left of me. But anyway, that was once again the Furies from 1964, and on the Liberty record label. Tune was called "The Man Who Has Everything." Now on turntable number 2, a record that I know Johnny G is looking at and saying, "Man, I need that record."
I do. I have her first two. I mean, a favorite of mine is "Dead End," of course.
It's a great record.
And what's the other one? "Here Am I" or "Here I Am"?
"Here I Am," I think.
I Am.
No, I'm not sure now. What it was called.
It's something. It's either "Here Something" is what it is. But
and the good news is you're going to hear this record, which is probably the hardest and Byers 45, the hardest one to find anyway. It's Academy 124 and Byers, and it's a tune called "I'm Happy Without You."
Always treats me right, yeah, and he loves me day and night, yeah, he'd never hurt me the way you do, and he'd never make me feel just like a
never lies to me the way you do now. Goodbye, baby, no more of you, and that's why I'm happy without you, baby. Oh, so happy without you, baby. Oh, without you, baby. Oh, yeah, I've got to get away, yeah. Get away, yeah. Get away, yeah. The sun is shining each and every day, yeah. And what's more, he says it'll stay that way, and that's why I'm so happy without you, baby. So happy without you, baby. Ooh, baby. Oh, yeah. I've got to get away, yeah. Stay away, yeah. Ooh, I've got to get away. You know I'd rather stay away.
Yes, Ann Byers on that Academy record label. And once again, a tune from 1966, October of 66, tune called what is it called? It's called I'm Happy Without You. I'm happy just to be here, folks. I'm playing records for all of you, and I hope you're digging on these tunes as well. It's another 12 minutes to go on this segment, which might be the final segment. We won't know until maybe dinner time to see whether we get 12 more subscribers to the Johnny G channel. And that should be easy because it's such a good channel, so many great musical things. Oh, they're calling already. It's a live subscriber.
No, it's my mother.
Oh, it's Mama G who's tuned into the program, by the way. Is Mama G subscribed? She
Put it in now.
She could count as a subscriber.
No, we're gonna stop. We're gonna stop it.
Johnny's talking to his mom. They're preparing for things.
But there's no.
And anyway,
No,
we have
put it in.
a goodie lined up here for you folks. Listen, family comes first. When Mama G calls, you got to
All right,
stop,
put it in.
look, and listen,
Right.
which is a cool record, by the way. Stop, look, and listen. There's actually a rare 45, which I do have in my collection. I think it's by the Intros, called Stop, Look, and Listen, several $100s. It's a good record. Anyway, the record that's on the turntable now is from February of 1966 on the Rust record label. This is by Carl Spencer, and it's a tune called Cover Girl.
Since you made the big times, baby, you've been walking with your head in a cloud. And since they made you girl a number girl, you say I don't fit in your crowd. But I remember when was our soles on your sneakers were thin. And now you're just a news-making, picture-taking, heartbreaking cover girl. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, you're just a news-making, picture-taking, heart-breaking cover girl. It used to be a whole lot better, girl, baby, when you were on my team. But now you're just another tight sweater girl, posing pretty for a magazine. But I won't be around when your public finally puts you down. 'Cause I don't take no news-making, picture-taking, heart-breaking cover girl. No, 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 no. I don't take no news-making, picture-taking, heart-breaking cover girl.
Carl Spencer from February of 1966. And I got an extra copy of that record there, Johnny G. Yes, cover girl Carl Spencer on the Rust record label. And if I can get you to give me $400 for that record, I will make. Oops.
Hold on a second. I just shut that off.
Oh, Johnny, how did that happen?
Because I needed to hit the
Johnny G was turning off the TV.
No, I had it on mute.
Oh, okay. See that? This is what's good about live radio, live YouTube. Things happen, and you get to witness. You get to hear Mama G's phone call in the middle of the show.
She was talking about dinner.
You get to witness the TV, going on or off, and background noise over here.
That's why we don't get paid.
Johnny, if you could give me $400 for that record, I will make $1. Let's see, I'll make $1.58. Because wait a second, no, because I don't write down the shipping and the tax when on my label. So actually, I would take a little bit of a loss. But okay, it's available to you for $400. That Cover Girl record. You think about that.
I'll think about that because that's a possible sale here.
There you go. Live action taking place.
It's a possible sale.
And the other side's a good record too. If you want to hear the flip side, the other side you could play on your 60 show as well. If you want to spin it right now. You got 5 minutes to make up your mind if you want to spin the other side.
Keep that out. It's got a little bit of sticky thing here. There was a sticker on there, but
that's why my second copy I paid $500.
Oh, because it's got this.
So I bought an extra copy.
When you had this, it had that on it.
Yes,
there
correct.
was a sticker removed.
There was a sticker removed.
Okay, well that might be a possible sale here.
That's right.
So
it'll help me.
Leave that out there.
It'll help me finance my my record by Is it Wally Moon, Harry Moon, and the Fide that I'm buying tomorrow for $2,300. Anyway, the next record we have, I want to send it out to somebody who's maybe listening, maybe not. But I heard this record, and I'm familiar with this listener from your Saturday night show. I'm talking about Matey.
Yeah.
And I know Matey likes that low rider kind of a sound. Well, this is a record out of San Antonio, Texas. So I also want to send it out in case he's listening to Chris Varelis, who, of course, carries my show Sunday nights, 11 p.m. Eastern Time. My Relics of Rarity show is heard on the No Hit Network, which is 97.9 KCJV, I believe, is the radio station in San Antonio, Texas. But he loves those San Antonio records, and there was a lot of great records that came out on the San Antonio record label called Dynamic Records. Johnny, I know you've got records on Dynamic by the Commandos.
Commands. The Commands, yeah. And I have another thing, too. I don't know if it's... I have something else. I don't know if it's this. It's although this looked familiar, but I don't think it's this.
Well, there's a record by the Tonettes on Dynamic.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. You're correct.
Yeah, I have that record as well.
That was a Revilla purchase.
Okay.
By the way. Yeah.
But anyway, this is I might have actually handed you that record, by the way.
Maybe you
on
did.
Dynamic Sound, because I had the record and I said, hey, you might want to check this out.
Yeah, no. Well, I did buy some soul records from the
right things, but there was a couple things I handed over to you. They were
priced already, though, so I was able to.
Right.
And that was by Sound, by the way.
Yeah, it's a good sounding record. Anyway, this is by Doc and Sal. And, it's not my favorite Dynamic record, but it's good. I like it. I hope you dig it, too. Doc and Sal. Once again, this is from 1968. Lowrider sound. Matey, if you're out there, baby, it's going out to you. It's called Can't Get You Off of My Mind.
I told you just the other day that we were through. But since I made that statement, all I do is think of you. You're on my mind, girl, through the day and on into the night. Oh yeah, alright. Just doesn't seem one girl
you'll just give me one more chance, I'll make it up to you. Oh yeah, alright. I can't go on this way, I can't be blue. But let me tell you about it, Sal. Go ahead, Don. To forget you is what I set out to do. Oh no, I can't get you off of my mind. Lying, baby, can't get you off of my mind. Can't get you off my mind. I ain't lying, baby. Can't get you off of my mind.
Get you off of my mind.
Well, that sounded a little bit like I'm Your Puppet there, a little bit in the kind of like that same type of back and forth there, but that's a nice ballad there.
And that sentiment was shared by several people in the chat room. I see somebody said, somebody mentioned, Cool Transports.
Yeah, Cool
Said,
yeah.
I'm Your Puppet. And then Miami Santi said, yeah, sounds like James and Bobby Purify. And Record Hound Not As Purified, Rob Balboni. People are chiming in. That's the nice thing about the chat room, Johnny. You got a really cool chat room, a nice community of people who are, love the music, whether they actually collect 45s or not. But they certainly appreciate the vinyl community and the music. And I think they respect the fact that, you have real records. I mean, it doesn't mean if a guy doesn't have real records, he's not to be respected. But I think there's a different level of respect for people like you and I guess myself as well, because we put our money where our mouth is, so to speak, and we actually, budget to buy records because it means something to hold the dream of somebody in our hand.
Well, like you say, I really think though that anybody can really do a radio show. Anybody can do a program. You can sit there and you can play records. You can play MP3s. You can play CDs. But it's not that easy to play the original stuff all the time. So you have to give some kind of credit to that, I think.
I definitely would say that.
Which is why when I was younger and I was listening to other guest collectors that would bring their, and I'm like, wow, they had that record now. Imagine if you can now see it, though. So now, all these years later, the hourglass flips over, and that's why I was like thrilled when I had people that I used to listen to listening to me. And I do more of a collector type thing. And some people like the show because of the background history I give on a lot of the records. We're giving history of experiences on these records that we've had, that we've found out about. And you have true to fact knowledge of some of these artists that you have interviewed in your shows and you have met. You have emceed shows with a lot of not so much these obscure soul records, but in general, people in the business. Tommy James is a
Ronnie Spector was a big thrill. Little Anthony and the Imperials. I loved one of the artists that I emceed for and introduced and got to know pretty well, Maxine Brown. Just a super person.
I remember you interviewed her on your show.
Yeah, she was on my show.
Ray DeRouge you interviewed before he died.
Tony
a lot
Middleton.
Of these guys these are gone. These people are gone.
I had a thought I was going to mention. I know, but I know when you say that, you feel honored that people that you used to listen to on the radio growing up, and now they're listening to you. I give you an example. One of the disc jockeys, and there's several people, I can mention quite a few names, to be honest with you. I mean, Tommy James, certainly for one, the fact that he loves what I bring to his show and pays me a lot of respect, and I'm really, really so grateful to Tommy James for that. But another disc jockey who's in the Rock and Roll, or the Radio Hall of Fame, I should say, is Pat St. John. I mean, Pat is constantly, almost constant, but he periodically, says great things about me on his Sirius XM radio show, and is constantly commenting on my Facebook page and so forth. So, and I have a lot of respect for him. I mean, he's one of the best that Sirius XM has. He loves the music. He's passionate about it, and he goes deep on his show. He has to play a lot of hits, and I understand that, but he also is digging into his own personal collection and he's playing things. So, Pat, if you're out there listening, thank you for all the nice words that you have said about me. And I mean, I'm honored because, you mean a lot to me because you're just one of the best. And there's a reason why you're in the Radio Hall of Fame. But let's close things out for this segment. Hopefully we'll be back, but folks,
we'll see if it possibly gets up. Right now it is 10 short of 2,000, 10 short of 2,000 to get there. So we'll check a little bit later.
We'll keep an eye on things.
I will post the it'll say I think it's called Coming Attraction or something, or Upcoming, it'll say. You'll see it there. I'll post it, because what I do is I recopy the whatever the stream that YouTube sets up, and I just put it a different date. I'll call it part 2, but you'll see that if it's there.
Well, I see that the number just went up to 70 watching now. So somebody just tuned in. I'm about to play my final song for this segment of the program. What we were just talking about, in case you just joined us, is that I've got a whole box of great rare soul, a couple of garage things I could play later on tonight as well, but I could only play them if Johnny G could get to 2,000 subscribers. So if you just tuned in, all you got to do is click subscribe. Click subscribe if you've just joined the broadcast.
But they have to be signed into YouTube, by the way, because we had 525 people come to the show today. So they are not subscribers. They just have. So what happens is, with the IP addresses, YouTube does tell me that I've had 500 people come to the program, but if you're signed into YouTube, you'll show up in the chat room. If you're on looking at the program.
So you have to do more than just click subscribe?
Yeah, you can't somebody can't just click subscribe or like or whatever unless they're signed into YouTube. You have to be signed in, and then you can do that.
Well, sign in and subscribe.
So you have to. It'll ask you, it'll create a name. It'll ask you for an email. They ask all this stuff because that's how they keep all these statistics on the listeners and whatnot. And not that that's why I said it's not always so accurate, because people come in. One of my listeners, Liam, he's got like 5 different aliases. So I never know. Brian Korn comes in as a couple aliases because they block his other show, and then he comes in as another one. But
well, folks, we're up to 72 watching now. Wow. So people are signing in, but we're going to play the last record. If you just signed in, we're going to play the last record. But if Johnny G can get 10 more subscribers, then I get to come back with more great rare soul.
Timbo C wants
couple garage things. So subscribe if you just tune in, and hopefully we'll be back later on tonight for part 2, which will end at midnight Eastern time. But here's the last record I have for you, and again, thank you in case I don't get to come back. It is a record from 1967, and Bob Welsh of Fleetwood Mac was actually a member of the Seven Souls.
Oh, okay, cool.
This is the Seven Souls on the OK record label from 1967, and I think you're going to dig the record. Again, thanks so much. Hope to see you later on tonight. Help us get 10 more subscribers, and it's a tune by the Seven Souls. It's called I Still Love You.
All right, folks, thanks a lot for tuning in. I'll see you next time. If we're signing off, I'll see you next time right here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. Just want to say, everybody, so long.
Every time I hear your name, yeah, makes me wonder if things will ever be the same. It's so hard to realize that all my love was cast aside. You think it's funny, but you don't know what you've done has hurt me so. 'Cause I love you, yeah, yeah, I still love you. 'Cause I love you, yeah, yeah, I still love you. Tell my friends I ain't no good, that's alright, it's understood, but I love you, alright. Sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never change the way I feel about you, alright.
You love her, she loves you, that's the way it's got to be, so get together. When you met, you both agree that your love will always be, so get together.
'Cause I know if you take me back,